Okay, good morning and welcome to Swahili Nation African Traditions. Okay. Welcome to, okay, go live. Okay, good morning and welcome to the programming, The Mind with Tanzan. We'll start as we always do with a prayer to the ancestors. And we beseech the ancestors for guidance, for direction, and for enlightenment as we have our conversation. And I pray that it may be an enlightening one for everyone. And thank you. Welcome, everyone. Today, we're going to talk about, well, it's an open topic, but basically, we're talking about what is good. And one of the reasons for that is I know that we always think of in the news, in life and so on, it's usually what's bad, and there's a lot of bad news everywhere. And sometimes we have to remember that it's not all bad. As long as you're alive and you have breath, you should be grateful and you should be at least happy for something. So today we are grateful for being alive. We're grateful for you know being with each other. We're grateful for the good things in life, and we're grateful for each other, even for health. Some people may not see it as that, but when you don't have it, that's when you really miss it. If you're sick, that's when you wish you were healthy and so on. But when you're healthy, you don't remember how good it was, to be healthy. So sometimes it's also good to remember amidst life, amidst everything, that we're still blessed, and there are things that we as Africans should still be grateful for, no matter what. So today our prayer is that no one in Africa will cry again because of loss, but we will cry because of our victory. And we have to remember, some of our victories, some of the things that, we do achieve as individuals and as a group. And one of the things we can be grateful for is even the idea of peace, or the existence of peace. For sometimes when we look at, how things unfold, it's so easy for people to descend into chaos, into madness, into anger, and things like that. But when we remember that we're all Africans, first of all, that we should be, together, we should, look out for each other, and we should be happy when we're happy, and we should, feel the sadness of our own people. So if you see our people suffering, you should also feel that suffering. If we're rejoicing, we should all rejoice. And in that regard, I want to also remind us, of the campaign that Swahili Nation has right now. It's called Reimagining Africa, and that is a very important thing for us as Africans, because our image in the press, our historical image is so sometimes it's so distorted, or it's not really accurate, or it doesn't portray us in the best light. So we don't see ourselves for the best of who we are. We only see the poverty or the war, or the divisions and so on. And even we start to think that's all we are. We're always poor, at war, fighting each other, all that. So we have to remind ourselves too of who we are, that we're more than just what people are portrayed in the media, in the images. And we are responsible for creating our own image of ourselves. It's up to us to rebrand ourselves. It's up to us to imagine who we are, and it's time for us is to remember who we are. Oh wow. How about that? Kaisorian Empire is here joining us. Thank you, Kaizo. The last time I saw you, but before I had even time to say hello, you know, you are in and out as you do. So a formal greeting to you. Okay, before we begin, I wanted to just share Swahili Nation's latest campaign. We were talking about it, the reimagining of Africa. It's part of the Swahili Nation's mission to control our image, to take back our heritage, and also to be the ones who to define ourselves. So the campaign is called.
So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that it's one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
Okay, so that is reimagining Africa. How do we see our image? How do we see ourselves? How do we want to envision ourselves for the future? And this is our task as Africans. If we had a PR campaign to rebrand the image of Africa, if we could market and propagandize and reclaim our image, how would we want to present ourselves to each other, not even to other people, but to each other? What kind of, values or what kind of representation do we want to give ourselves? And this is beyond, the religious or the political and all that, but who do we see ourselves as Africans? And I guess, that's part of the whole, conversation that we have with each other. Where are we going as a people? What do we want to do? What do we want to achieve? Is it prosperity? Is it peace? Is it progress? Where are we going as a people? So what is good? What is good in Africa? I know what the whole bad is. The list of badness is endless. But when you're trying to reimagine yourself, when you're trying to give the young people something to look forward to, an ideal, whether it's, no, it should be realistic. It should be achievable. It should be something like when they tell people, you can be the president of the United States. Now, whether every single person can be or not, that's a matter of a debate. But that possibility is given to every child, who is born, that you have that possibility and opportunity to become the president of this great country. So what hope and faith do we give to our youth? What do we want them to be? What model of the future African do we want to create? And that's our duty as when we give thanks to the ancestors, we give them for what they have given to us, the tradition, the faith, the patience, but also we don't just take to consume, we take so that we can also give to other people, so we can share with our knowledge, wisdom, riddles, proverbs, all that. We're supposed to take it so we can share with the next generation. And unfortunately, for many of us, that knowledge is going to be ending at a certain, a generation. So, yeah. Okay, Kaizo, David Livingstone discovered Lake Victoria. Okay. Let's see. Oh, greetings. Neo Impact is here. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us in your Impact, and you're more than welcome. So, in your opinion, as much as we have all this negativity about Africa, what, in your opinion, is good about Africa? If you had to come back again, and somebody told you, your son or daughter asked you, well, what is so good about being African? What is so good about being Black? It seems to me as if the whole world is against you. It seems as if your lot in life is going to be difficult and long and hard. And so what is the reason why we still persist? Why do we still, in spite of everything, remain, on the whole, we seem to still survive. We still, despite circumstances that for a lot of other people would be the end, would be the end of the rope for them. It would be something that a lot of people would not be able to deal with. But we as Africans, whether it's, from too much contentment or not, a lack of imagination, or just pure strength and, survival, we have managed to endure, some of the most difficult situations in life, and still managed, to somehow overcome it. And so we have to learn what skills also that give us this resilience, this ability to endure, this ability to, to get back to where things were, even if it's not always the easiest. So as much as we criticize what we don't do, our failures and so on, there are also you can't be too self-critical until you're just self-flagellating, until you can't see anything good inside you, and all you can do is just see all the evil. One good thing I can say about us Africans is, despite our, our feeling, we're always, looking out for each other. Family is something that is important to us all as, as individuals. Even when, people are going through it, in life, you'll always find a family member to help you. Now, every good thing has, a disadvantage. Some things are, the good thing about the family is that people help each other, the orphans and the widows and so on. So if something happens to you, you always had that social fabric, even though there's not, the social welfare in that case, but there is welfare, which is actually the social welfare that people give to each other. So, having said that, some things are still, are still practiced, like that social fabric, and some things not as much. But one of the things that held us together as Africans was that we are always a family-oriented people. We always took care of each other, the vulnerable in society, especially from the children to the old people to, people who had disabilities and so on. They were not, cast aside. They were not looked down upon. They were always taken into society. And, the reciprocal also was that the children, for example, were always expected to treat their elders, their older siblings, and so on, with respect. So respect was something that is deeply, deeply ingrained in African society, and that's a good thing. It's something that when you go to the village, they greet you, they say hello. People, are hospitable. Now, obviously, it's not as good as it was in the old days. There was times where people didn't even close their doors and things like that. But with society changing, it's always, things are not always as good as they were, but they're still not as bad as they could be. So when you go to Africa, you feel safe. Well, I would say for most parts of it. I can't speak for the whole continent, but for the most part, it's safe. You don't feel you don't feel like somebody's going to rush up on you or do something to you. You simply feel like you're amongst your own people. So that's one thing too, that when you go to Africa, you feel such a feeling of security, such a feeling of being amongst your own people, and that's a wonderful thing. You get to eat organic food, you get to eat fresh food, and the hospitality is wonderful. And one of the reasons why people like to go to Africa is not just because of the land and the animals, it's also because of the people. Africans are generally a nice group of people. I wish we could be nicer to each other, but we're nice people. We're hospitable. When a stranger comes amidst us, we're not usually quick to be, paranoid or to be hostile. We usually invite strangers in, and we want to show them that we're good people. So that's one thing I can say that is good with Africans. We are happy people, and that's also, you can see that in the music. Our music is usually upbeat and very drum heavy, lots of dancing, lots of body movements, just a lot of energy. Yeah, you wonder if are we really the poorest people in the world if we're doing the most dancing. I mean, we shouldn't dance as much, but in terms of music, we can't deny that we are a musically gifted people. That even in the in every corner of Africa, you can find that musical representation. So we are gifted. We are gifted to have those kinds of expression. The music. We're gifted to have a culture that takes care of all its members. We're gifted to have an environment of nature that, for the most part, we're in tune with nature. We recycle a lot of the things that we use. We reuse. Like if you go to the remote areas, they really throw away things. They'll use nearly everything they buy. From if they buy a container of oil, for example, that plastic will be turned into a bucket for carrying water, or for putting something in it. So things are never just wasted. People use and reuse items all the time. And so it's a very, when people talk about sustainability, it's actually more reproductivity, where you use something, but you also create something else with it. Let's say, you have livestock, and you feed them the grass, but they also, with their dung, they also feed the grass, because their cow dung is very fertile. So it's used for manure. So the cow dung feeds the grass, which makes it grow, and then the cow will eat the grass, and and so the cycle continues. And you will eat the cow eventually, but before that, you will get milk and other things from it. So that's one thing that we learned to do as Africans, is to maximize our resources, to use everything until it's gone. It's also part of that whole idea of passing down clothes. Unfortunately, if you were the younger sibling, you'd get, not the best, but the parents would buy bigger clothes for you, for your uniform, which you'd grow into. And then once they grow too big on you, then you pass them on to the next child, and so on. So in that aspect, it's also using and reusing. Yes, Neo Impact says a symbiosis. Yes, absolutely. It's a relationship where two parties are equally benefiting, and it works out for both of them, versus parasitic, where one is using the other and the other is not benefiting. I would say, like most of our relationship with outsiders, it's usually a more parasitic relationship. I think there was a third one. There's a third one where both are using each other, but none is, harming the other. I can't remember. But yeah, so that's the relationship we had with nature. Okay. In your impacts, we say today was open topic. So yeah, sometimes I can't always come up with all the excitement. So sometimes you guys have to chip in and help as well. So okay, we will talk about women and power. Okay, let's see. What do you want me to say about women and power? Well, a money focused. This is when you really know who are the early risers. The early risers are the ones who make the show today. So, Amani, to you focused as well. Amani, impacts. I already said hello to you, though, but I'll just say hello as well. But yes, so open topic, yeah, it's one of those. Look, we'll just talk about what is good about Africa. So in terms of so today we're going to keep it positive. We're going to have an open topic. We can talk about anything: food, air, water, chips, whatever. So Neo Impact says, let's talk about women and power. And what is good? This is actually, I stole the title from Brother Focused, who is here, and he always starts his show, what is good? So what is good with Africa today? Let's talk about women and power. Well, African women are very powerful. African women always had power over, firstly, over their own homes, over their own homestead. They had, the woman was she ran the house. She was the one who determined when the children were going to eat, when everyone was going to eat, because food is very important part of of life, as you should. But in any case, the woman was the one who ran her house, who determined when chores were done, when children were fed, when the house was cleaned, and so on. So she was the first manager of the house. She was the domestic leader of her house. The second thing was, she was the protector and the nurturer of the children. While the woman is protected by the man and the woman protects the children, the woman, as we know, is the first teacher. She's the one who spends most of the time with the child as after the child is born. So the woman is the first teacher. And so that's a lot of responsibility and a lot of power for a woman to have. You're almost like you're the life of a child, and the future is dependent on you. So a woman's responsibility was very important in the community. She had to know how to run her home, how to take care of her children, how to take care of her husband, how to be a member of society, and so many other things. And it didn't just end there. She also had to know how to budget her house, how to make money. And women didn't, just sit around in the house. When you look at Africans, you see them with the babies tied around their backs, usually, in a cloth or something like that. So African women would have babies, and they would be working and walking and fetching water and tilling the soil and harvesting and doing all these things with their children, around their backs. They're just bending over, and the children just know what to do. So they had that power, and that's a lot of power to have, the power to fashion your child's first impressions of life, first words, first interactions. So that's a big thing, and we're not even done. Okay, yeah. But so that's just the beginning. The second thing that a woman had power is that in African societies, they had women's groups, as well as, you know, men's groups, and so individually as well as together. But individually, women would get together and they would determine, you know, the community's affairs, you know, when it comes to women matters. And so, you know, women had a voice in that, and they also had a voice in community matters, especially the elder women. They had a voice when it came to marriages, and that, you know, included vetting, including, you know, negotiations for dowry, which is bride price, and even in political affairs, their wisdom was also consulted when it came to matters of politics, to moving, and so on. So women have had a big role to play in some areas in West Africa. They had quite a very powerful matriarchal society where women actually had political power, or they had the power to appoint, you know, the next leader. I think Shaka Zulu, you know, in the south, that's how they did it. Yeah, so women had and have a lot of power. Even now, women in Africa, they have the power to, you know, to go to school as just as much as men, the power to get most jobs, even though they're not as represented as much in politics, for example. You know, they are still well represented. You can still see many female women politicians in African countries. You can see them in top careers, you know, in engineering, doctors, lawyers, etc. So yeah, women have power, and it's not always just the brutal, the brute force power, you know, the power of the military and so on. It's also the power to influence. It's the power to um, guide the direction of not just the house but the country as well. They have the strength to, you know, to guide not just their sons and their fathers, their husbands, and their daughters as well. You know, women play a big role also in how daughters are raised, in how they prepare them for, you know, for marriage, for adulthood, for being responsible women. So this is something that women have power. They have power over, you know, themselves. Women have power over, you know, over morality, over, you know, modesty, over how society is run, over, you know, over how society views itself. So, for example, sometimes women may want to be, you know, free and unfettered and do whatever they want. You know, that's one way, you know, some society women's choice, and some in some societies women prefer to be, you know, modest or covered up or, you know, protected, and this, you know, that's also one way. And in some ways, other societies, it's a mix of the two, where certain, you know, behavior or expectation, you know, they have certain expectations, but it's, you know, you're given some sort of freedom. So when it comes to even how you know, society presents itself, you know, the relationship between men and women, women also have the power. They have the power to you know, to control marriages and sexuality, and to determine the morals of society, even when it comes to, let's say, children before or after wedlock and things like that. So the power of women to choose, to guide, to be the domestic manager as well as a guide, that cannot be underscored. Women do have a lot of, you know, power, inborn power, and a lot more that they can train and acquire. So okay, I hope that was exhaustive when it comes to women. If you had a particular question, you can let me know in your impacts. I've tried to be as thorough on my feet as I could. Oh, greetings, intruder. Good to have you. You say that women don't want freedom; they want license. Well, like I said, it depends firstly on the times, the culture, the climate, and yeah, especially on the times, because when you look at societal trends, sometimes things can change within 1 or 2 generations. It can sometimes be, you know, in one era it was okay to live this way, and then in the next, the society norms are completely shifted the other way. So when you look at, I know it's easy to say, you know, the American experience, but even when you look at Iran, before, during the Shah of Iran, at Iran was a pretty liberal state. The women usually wore Western clothing, and you can see that in Turkey too. They wore Western clothing. They did not cover their heads and so on. And then when a more religious leadership took power, then that changed as well. And what used to be considered, okay, or casual wear became, forbidden, and it was more of a stricter mode of clothing. And not just clothing, it's clothing, behavior, it's privileges and so on. So clothing is just one of the ways, but there are many others. So that can change, just like that. You can go from a society of permissibility to one of prudery. That's, just how it goes. Even in America, the 1950s was a very repressed time. People were expected to be, by people, I mean, white people, they were expected to, to be quiet, to keep their heads down, to be concerned about appearances, to show, how good and moral you are, and so on. And that was what was expected. And then in the 1960s, it was the opposite. People became, very rebellious, and they went crazy, and they became hippies and did all this alternative lifestyle and so on. So, and that happened within a very short amount of time. So, it's not easy to just say, that women don't want freedom. Sometimes it's like a pendulum shift. Sometimes when there's a lot of restriction, then people will rebel. Then they'll want the opposite. They'll want, we want to be free and so on. And then when people are given all the freedoms in society, they are given told to do what they want, then they lack direction. They don't have they don't know how to focus their energy, and you can be just free but directionless. So they end up just going crazy and free and so on. So it's that kind of negative freedom where you're free but you're not free. You're free not to do something, but you don't know what you're free to do. So after years of this kind of aimless wandering, the opposite tends to come in place, where people now start becoming holding on to values, or starting becoming more prudish and more, so to say, moralistic, or following these moral rules. So it goes back and forth. So it goes back and forth. Neo Impact says Africa needs a queen. Are you queen material? I don't know. I think all of you are, but don't you think we need a queen to convert Africa into a home? Well, we certainly need a figure like, in the days of Winnie Mandela, that was a very unifying figure for Africa. We had Miriam Makeba, we had all these very strong, intelligent, powerful women that we could look up to. So Africa definitely needs that that strong feminine power, and image. Is that image, that representation is very important. To see, Winnie Mandela with her fist in the air and saying Amandla, and everybody's like Viva Mandela. That's a powerful imagery. That's something that you cannot forget as a child. When you see that, you're like, whoa. And to see that women are capable of that you're not just somebody who is supposed to just sit by and be a damsel in distress and just wait for things to happen, that everyone has a part to play. You don't have to go and get in front of the line and so on, but we all have a role to play, men, women, and even in time, children. Even children, they should be started to be trained from when they're young to be able to take on their roles at adulthood. You don't start training a child to be an adult when they're at the cusp of age. You're supposed to start early, you're supposed to start young, and you're supposed to instill these principles and values that when they leave the house, they already know what their direction in life is. So we as Africans, we do need, maybe we do need more prominent women, not even in terms of first ladies. That's a beautiful image to present to Africans. That first family, when you have a president, the wife, the children, and it shows you that, you know, this is your model. You know, it's not always like 100% perfect and so on, but that's some of that reimagining of Africa that we want to see. We want to see, you know, the image of Black men and women together, you know, raising children, living in peace, and doing the best for each other. So you know, we need images of powerful women, we need images of powerful men, and we need to see that. So, you know, we present that image to our children. So yeah, definitely. I think that we need more queens. We need more queenly behavior, as well as kings. We need more kings too. We need men to also be their best. They should also present themselves and say, you know, claim your manhood, as well as women to claim their womanhood. We should all be proud of the roles that we're given to play as Africans. So and Trudeau says that I'd argue that that really ended in the 20s. What was that? The freedom or the license? No, in the 20s it was that time of the flappers. Those it was like a liberation, but not a full-on one like in the 60s. I would say in the 20s was more of a you know, just a resistance. Yes, not so much a rebellion, but a resistance, an alternative way of doing things, but not, you know, an upheaval of society. So that's what you know, I would say about that. In terms of women's power, I think that while that is important, you know, for women to have that power, especially given that you know, they teach the children, they're directly, you know, influential in the home and outside of the home, and women carry a lot of influence, even in their emotions and in their thoughts and how they direct the country. So that's very important. But also, it's, you know, it's a partnership. It's not that one person is, you know, is revered while the other one is not. Men as well need to, you know, to be leaders. They also need to be in charge, to be the heads of their households, to show that example for their sons, or examples of courage, you know, of manhood, of wisdom, of the things that are considered manhood, to be manly. So when you cannot have a queen without a king, and, you know, vice versa. So if you're a king, you should look for a queen, and so on. We should also when it comes to women and power, we should also champion the softer we should also talk about women's importance in the home, not just about, you know, telling women to you know, to work and work and work, which is good. You know, like I said, African women have always worked. You know, our grandmothers, they went to the to the farm, you know, until they were old. They used to walk and work and do all these things. Being, you know, being lazy was not an option. Resting, you could only rest after you had done work, and they were not, you know, letting you just sit around doing nothing. So women were expected to work. They were expected to, you know, to prepare the food, to make sure everything was clean, and so on, and just to know how to take care of, you know, the next offspring. But that does not mean that men also, you know, sat around either. The men will also do, you know, the hard work, especially the building. No, actually, women also built the houses. Building of the houses was sort of like a communal affair, where you had the young men and the women. The old women would actually prepare the, you know, the mud and the cow dung and all the paste for the house, and then the men would put the sticks. You know, they would cut down the sticks and put the poles and, you know, the basic outline, and then the women would come and put the mud and paste and do the walls and the floor and so on. And then the men would come for the thatched houses. They would bring the grass, the dried grass that they would put on top of the top of the roof. So yeah, it was a collaborative affair, and everybody did their part. Oh, okay. Hello, Ermias Wedikeshi, good to have you in the house. Yeah, so today we're just talking about Africa, what is good about Africa, and what we can do to to celebrate it and make it a better place. But first, we have to celebrate, what is good about Africa, because sometimes we get caught up in, in the complaints, in the negativity, in the what we haven't done, and so on. It's not just to congratulate ourselves, on imaginary victories. It's also to acknowledge that we are a great people. We are, people who, deep down, especially if we were left to our own devices, if we had not been interfered with, if we had been left to grow organically as people, to develop our own way of doing things, to divide naturally and to unite, by necessity, that would have created a far, better picture of Africa than we have now. As right now, unfortunately, we are under, duress. We are, as much as we want to create and reimagine our future, we have to fight against those who want to, mold us in their image, those who want us to be, Africa the poor, Africa the backward, Africa the, all this. But we have to resist that attempt at being redefined and choose to define ourselves, brand ourselves, market ourselves, propagandize ourselves, and tell our own stories. We're the ones who are going to tell the story of, how we came to be, how we conquered, and we have the right to tell our story our way and to tell our children the, the truth as we see it, not as other people want it to be. So this is why it is very important for, us as Africans to take hold of our image, to take hold of our reputation, of how we see ourselves first of all, and then, how others see us. But firstly, it's how we see ourselves. What do we see when we look at each other, when we look at, our brothers and sisters, in our own countries, in the rest of Africa, in the diaspora, in Europe and other places, even those people who cannot speak our language. We have brothers and sisters in South America. We have, brothers and sisters in Europe, and people speaking different languages. But we always know, that we can see each other in each other. Sometimes we see the good, when we see how we behave, sometimes just how we're happy with each other, or, mannerisms and gestures and how we talk. Sometimes it's also when we see the bad in each other, when we see how, we fight, how petty we are, how we like to be tribalistic sometimes. So we see that in both, the good and the bad in each other. And let's recognize the good as well. Let's not always just think, when you see your brother, the first thing is thinking, what evil are they up to, or, what are these people talking about, and so on. So we have to also practice that charity with our brothers and sisters, that we give them that benefit of the doubt. We give them that same consideration that we too would want to be given. Because for for a lot of people, a lot of Black people, a lot of African people, we're treated, in not so great ways sometimes, and sometimes you don't know whether somebody is just being rude, or, they have something biased against you, or whatever it is. So that's why it's even more important for us to, to look at each other and try to be kind to each other, try to be more understanding, because we too would like that kind of understanding. We too would like, that consideration to be, to be given to us. It's not easy to be, in this world. It's a fast-paced world. It's a very competitive, fast moving, sometimes confusing place, and we don't have all the answers. So it's hard enough just living, in this life, and, forget also trying to, to navigate all the different obstacles, that comes from racism, from career development, from, trying to be African, and also trying to be modern, trying to hold on to your past, your heritage, but also, embracing the times, you're not a dinosaur. You can't live in the past. So you have to find a way to live in the present, while also still holding on to some of the values and principles of the past, because the past is still with us, however much we are present oriented and future looking. So yeah, that was pretty much it for the day. If anybody wants to join in, it is what time is it? 2, 3, 4. It's about 4:30 in the evening, not evening, in the morning out here. So it's a very strange time to be up, but it's still good. For some people, being at night is productive. Like I've said before, I think once on this program, I like being up. I like being up at night when it's quiet. You don't have all distractions. You can work late, and your phone is not ringing because nobody is calling you at this time of the night, and you can just be at peace. Okay, yeah, it's open. I'll be here for as short as I have questions, and I'm hoping I'm hoping today might be a short one because I was almost late. I told myself I would take a short nap and then wake up at 3:30 when the show was supposed to start. And then, boom, I wake up around exactly 3:30, and I was trying to scramble up. So anyway, Ndugu Focused asked, what do you think about Nigeria banning foreign models? Oh, okay. Yeah, this one came out a few weeks ago. The only one story we cannot talk about today is that one of, that thing that happened. That person who was in power for too long and who, enjoyed the riches and benefits of Africa. So we won't talk about that today. But Nigeria banning foreign models. Oh, I'm all for that. I think that that was excellent for Nigeria to do, and they are okay. I just give a backhanded compliment, but why did they have the foreign models there in the first place? That's all I'll say. But good thing, they banned them. Good thing now they're going to start focusing on their own models and giving opportunity to their people instead of to other people. And that's also part of that rebranding of Africa. Why would you want the image of your country to be in somebody else's, hand? Why would you want the face of Nigeria to be a foreign model? This is not just about, who gets the work and so on. It's also about how you represent yourself. If you as a country, you can't represent yourself with your own people, you're even, you don't think that your own people are good enough to represent you, to sell products, then, that's a deep shame for you as a people. So definitely the face of your people should be your own people who look like you. When you're growing up as a little girl in Nigeria, you should be seeing, beautiful Nigerian ladies, selling you, products, and definitely not bleaching products, but products to make your skin, better and nicer and healthier and, just the best African girl that you can be. So those are the kinds of images that we want our young girls to see. And the same with the boys. The boys don't want to see, the face of beauty as some foreigner or, somebody who doesn't look like them. They should see, their fellow women being put on the beauty pedestal and being celebrated for being beautiful. They should not be wanting to see, foreign models as an achievement, but they should be aspiring towards being with, their fellow women and creating children. So that's definitely a good thing. It's good for the self-esteem of the next generation. It is good for the image of the country, and it is definitely in the right way for reimagining Africa, reimagining the image of Africa. Oh, hello, the architect, Ridge. Thank you for joining us. Oh no, it's not early for East Africa. It's what? It's around maybe 3 o'clock, I think. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you are. I think you're in Africa, but if you are, thank you. We're back. We're back indeed. Mela Tesfa says, still I didn't understand why the Africans are poor while Mama Africa is rich. Well, that's an easy and a difficult question to answer. You know, we have the simplest way I would say is this: Africa is rich in resources, but we're not rich enough to get those resources. So we have to sell ourselves cheaply in order for somebody else to get them instead. So it's like this. Let's say you had a bar of gold, you know, very precious gold at the bottom of a well, right? So you know it's there, you see it's there, but you don't have any way of going down to, you know, to get it. You don't have a ladder long enough. You don't have a, you know, a way to get down there and to get back up. So basically, you're just, you know, you know that you have the gold. You know, you're rich technically, but if you can't get to the gold, then you know it's not doing you any much good. So here comes somebody and they're coming, and let's say your gold is worth $1 million, and somebody comes and says, look, well, since you can't get, you know, your gold, I can get it for you, but I will take, let's say, 700,000 and you will get 300,000. So, you know, you look at it, you say, well, if I don't take the offer, I can have zero. But if I take the offer, then I'm selling, you know, my gold for cheap. Then I'm basically giving it away for much less than its value. So what do? Do you just let it sit there, or do you, you know, take a huge, which to you it would not be a huge loss, because guess what? You didn't have the money anyway. So whatever money that you get is still more money than you had before, even if it's not the value of what you had. So, you know, so you understand. I hope that makes sense. So basically, you know, we have the resources, but we don't have the money that it takes to get the resources, and so we're forced to, you know, to sell them to for low. Oh, okay, no problem, Forecast. It's good. We appreciate you for joining. So asante sana for joining. Yeah, you know, it's a weird time for everybody, I'm sure. So, but I appreciate you joining, you know, in the chat as well. So asante sana. So that's why we're poor. That's why we're still not able to do that now. If we came together, some of us said, well, let's see if we, maybe 5 of us can get together and, you know, give this one person money to get that gold, and then maybe all of us can be rich. That would be one way of solving it. But unfortunately, the way we work now as a people, everyone sort of, you know, negotiates on their own terms. So everyone is sort of forced to accept the low price. But if we could have come together and, you know, negotiated how to get that gold out, how to get that cobalt out, how to do it ourselves, then we would stand a much better chance and we would not be as poor as we are. So let's say Uganda right now has all the gold, and Uganda can't afford to get the gold out. But let's say, you know, Nigeria, South Africa, not Kenya, because we're not that rich, but, you know, Nigeria, South Africa say, look, we can help you extract the gold, but, you know, you'll give us a certain terms, you know, of the profit. That would be more sensible. Even if Uganda is still losing some money, they're not losing out to outsiders. They're losing, and they can still trade with Nigeria and South Africa for something that, you know, they also want and can get. So these are some of the things that we can also, you know, think about to combat our disadvantageous position, especially our lack of negotiating skills or our lack of leverage. Because, like you said, if you have that gold or those resources on your farm, but you don't have a way to get them out, you don't really have anything to negotiate with. You don't really have anything to bargain with. So for you, it's either you take the offer, you know, as it is presented, or to get nothing. So it's an all or nothing scenario. And so you have to say, okay, do I just get the scrubs, or do I try to hold out for more and then risk losing? And then on top of that, you won't just lose, but you'll lose to your neighbor. That's why, you know, they create a competitive atmosphere instead of a cooperative one. So increasingly, the more sophisticated countries have realized that they actually trade better as a region than as individual countries. So that is why you'll see a lot of these regional alliances forming. There was the East African one, and Congo just joined recently. I think, I'm not sure about South Africa, what they're called. I'm sure they have like a South African voting, economic bloc or something like that, because we know about ECOWAS in West Africa and so on. So I'm pretty sure South Africa has their version of it, and also Central Africa. But that's, increasingly it gives countries, better negotiating power, and also just access to the information. If you don't know how much something is worth, sometimes you also don't take time to really catalog and find out what we do have. This is also one of the things that as Africans we always just talking about what we don't have, but if a country the leadership of a country, or the administrative body, they should be able to know exactly what resources their countries have. They should do a geographic study. They should already know, what minerals, what crops can be grown, what are some of the areas that need, improvement, whether it's in terms of water or soil enrichment and things like that. So you should not be waiting for someone else to come and tell you what you have and what the value is. You should be able to have experts in your own country that tell you the value of certain things on the market. They tell you how much it costs to produce, to extract, to refine, to sell and distribute. All that should be knowledge that a country has within itself. You should not, these are your trade secrets. Coca-Cola does not share its recipe or whatever. It doesn't share the recipe or the ingredients, maybe the ingredients, but definitely not the recipe, definitely not the combination of the products. Every company, even if it's just a chicken company, KFC, they don't want anybody to know, the secret ingredients and so on. So these are trade secrets. It's not just, how much money you make, but it's how much, what do you do, what ingredients, what does it take to do it. So every country should have a accounting, a measuring of an evaluation of the entire human. There's the human resource, but also the actual land resources, the water and so on. They should know what they have in their country before you let somebody else come in and tell you, oh, your cobalt is only worth 60 cents on the market, and they're going and using it to make, all the cell phones in the world and making billions. So, no, the first thing is we have to know what we have. We have to know our riches, our resources, both, the material resources in terms of, land, minerals and so on, but also in terms of human resources. This is also something that we as Africans don't see as a win, and yet other countries are struggling with trying to maintain their population. Africa has one of the youngest populations in the world. We have a population of, I think, 50%, if not even higher than that, 50% under 25. So imagine that human capital. Imagine, those ideas, that potential, those, that spirit of discovery that young people have. So this is a great power surge that we have to know how to direct this kind of energy that is coming up. We have to be able to give them employment, to give them what they can apply their skills and talents to, and so on. So that's a good problem to have, because in the rest of the world, in many places, they're actually losing people. The human resource is actually dwindling. In parts of Europe, the birth rate is actually, I think it's in some places it's like 1.5 children per woman, which is really low. It's for a sustainable population to keep the the birth and the death rates at least consistent. You should have at least two per two children. It's per point because it's average, but at least two children. In some parts of Africa, the average, I think Nigeria is 5 children. In in some parts it's usually like 3 or 4, but it's higher than in most European countries. So, and for every population, you still need people. You still need people, even if we're increasingly living in a technological world or robotic world and so on. You still need people to do certain tasks, whether it's simple, whether it's manual, whether it's things that machines can't do just yet. But humans are still going to be needed to work, or else you're going to have to import humans, which is immigration, that sort of thing. So, in terms of resources, especially both the material and especially the human resource, we are blessed in Africa that we have a great deal of human resources. We have people who are intelligent. We have young people who are ready and willing to work. Unfortunately, we don't give them enough to earn a living, and that's why you see a lot of the times they're trying to seek opportunities elsewhere and so on, and that's a failing for us as a people. But the positive aspect of it is that we have that those that mental resource for the young people. We have the physical resource. That's also a great thing when people are able to work and make themselves useful. So while we can't give employment to all the youth, we should also encourage them to think of innovative ways to create to their niche of a living, whether it's by business, whether it's using creativity and the arts and music, and whatever it is, going into self learning. Nowadays with the internet, you can take courses, you can learn basic things, you can learn how to do simple things on the internet. You can take classes, and even certified classes. I know that Google offers certification in many areas, and Microsoft and so on. So there's options that young people can have, and they can go further than maybe their parents and their grandparents before that. So this is a great a great resource for us to have, and it's something that we should see how we can use it instead of complaining about what we don't have. This is definitely something that we do have, and we should take advantage of it. SNN Paul does a Swahili program on Tuesday where he talks to the young people from the university, and when you hear them, you really almost feel ashamed about how much we complain when you hear just the way our young people speak with such intelligence, such passion, such drive and will. And these are not people who are ready to give up. These are people who are ready to get down and work and do, as Magufuli said, to just put hard work. And we owe them as a society much more than to just tell them to go to school and there'll be a job waiting. That's part of our descendants as a people. When we always start with a prayer to the ancestors, we also remember our responsibility to the descendants, because that's why we continue. It's a continuation. It's not simply an end. So our descendants, they are immediate, the children, and those who are not born yet, those who are 200 200 generations in time, they'll still remember us. Our spirit will still be here, just like those of our ancestors. So we have to think, what kind of legacy, what kind of lesson did we leave behind for them? We can't keep just asking questions and trying to figure it out, because at one point we have to try something. Even if it doesn't work, we have to try something rather than simply hoping that things will work out in the end. So in terms of that, let's look at what we have, what we can do with it, and where we can go, where we should go as a people. As a Neo Impacts asked earlier about women's power. In the first power that a woman has, or a man, anyone, the first power that you have is over yourself. You have power to decide what you want to do with your life, or what direction you want to go, and how you want to present yourself. What do you think of yourself? So we have to come to terms with that, do the work that takes the introspection, the self-reflection, and then see what it is that we are good at. Do an evaluation, self-evaluation, where you look at yourself, you look at your strengths and then your weaknesses, your potential, your achievements as well. You also recognize what you have done. It's a fair assessment. It's not overly negative or positive. And then after doing that, then you look at your possibilities. There's potential. Potential is simply, having that energy to do something. Possibility is what you can actually achieve with it. You can have the strength to run a marathon, let's say, but you're just too lazy and you don't feel like it. So instead, you'll just sit on your couch and eat some ice cream. The potential for you to run a marathon, well, maybe not a marathon, but at least to at a quick sprint, the potential is there. You have the energy, you have what it takes, but you don't have that drive and that will. So you can have all the potential in the world, but will is what puts that potential into a possibility. So it's not just enough to say, oh, what do we have as a people? What do we, have as, in terms of material and other riches? Is what are we capable of doing with it? Are we capable, let's say, of finding that gold under the well? Are we able to drop in and lift it, or send something down and grab it? Or what is it that we can do to get our resources in terms of the young people? Are we able to give them the opportunities or the space or the freedom it takes to carve out their own path, or to take advantage of their skills and their intelligence and their intellect and so on? Are we able to provide that for the people that the resources that we have? And that's important too. For potential, Africa is rich. Africa is rich, but Africans have not learned to make themselves rich from Mama Africa. So we let other people come and take advantage and take over and take control, because we have not learned to really take everything into account and really to monetize it, to find out the value. Because in the past, even though, for example, land had value, but it did not have a monetary value. It was only valuable for as much as you could extract produce from it, for as much as you could graze your animals and live on it and do something. So it wasn't just intrinsically valuable. It was valuable because it actually produced something. But in this age that we live in, you can have something that is very valuable, but it doesn't produce anything. You can have something that is simply valuable because of its aesthetic value. A shiny diamond bracelet, for example, is simply valuable and costs a lot of money, but in terms of its use, it doesn't really have a use beyond just the aesthetic. So value is something that we can create, and that's something that we have to be able to measure, we have to be able to control, and we have to be able to take advantage of. So the richness of Africa should be cataloged. We shouldn't simply just say, oh, it's beautiful and nice, because other people will come and they will give you an exact figure on the beauty of Mother Nature. So let's not just admire Mother Nature from afar. Right now, Mother Nature is under material attack, and we have to go in and defend her. Otherwise, people will just come in and take and take and take and destroy. And they don't have an investment if they destroy your land. Let's say they're looking for a mineral or something. They don't have any compassion about removing a whole group of villagers who live there, because that land is suddenly worth more than they knew. They don't have a problem removing Maasais from the land that they have ancestrally occupied for forever, because some people want to go in there and hunt animals of all the things. So we don't do each other too much good sometimes. Sometimes we just let our resources be taken over by other people. We undervalue our riches, and then we wonder why we're still poor. We wonder why we always getting the short end of the stick. It's because we have not studied the stick. We have not looked at the fine point. We have not done the work of actually finding out what we have, doing the inventory. If you run a business, you have to know exactly what it is you have in your store, what you can sell, what is broken, what needs to be repaired, and so on. You cannot simply have your goods there and hope that the person who walks in will tell you how much it is and give you the right price for it. So in business, you can't just wish upon a star or hope for the best or things like that. When you go in, you have your price, it's set, and you're the one who tells people now you can either take it or leave it. Now you're in that position to make that offer instead of that offer being made to you. So as Africans, we shouldn't be allowed, we shouldn't be afraid of valuing our things, and by that giving them actual value, knowing, even quantity surveyors, the people who actually do that, they go and survey quantities in any case, but there are people who go, and not the quantity surveyors, but people go, even cartographers. Yes, they make, and you should know what that is. It's people who make maps, but yeah, they know the maps are not just for information and for giggles and to make pretty pictures. It's also to for direction and so on, but it's also to know what the land holds, what valuables there are, what areas, and they can sometimes tell by the contours or by certain features in the land what possible things can be there. When they were looking for oil, before it became more scientific, they had to know which kinds of areas yield that kind of thing, because let's say you're digging for oil or for gold or all these things, you might dig and dig and dig and never find anything, so you just lost a lot of time. But so now you have to know the areas that's the possibility. You have to be able to risk your money and the possibility of not getting anything, but at the same time the possibility of striking it rich. So knowing the land, knowing which areas yield what kind of things, how much they can be sold, what is their the price of their refinery and packaging, because that's another thing too. Even when after they have refined, they still come back and sell you the same goods. It's like they take your produce. Let's say you're growing vegetables in your garden, so they come. Well, vegetables don't need to be processed. Sorry, wrong one. Coffee. Let's say you're growing coffee in your little garden, but being a small farmer, you cannot process the coffee, but you do drink coffee. So you have to know, after you harvest it, what is the refining process, what is if there's a cleaning process or whatever it is, the grinding, all of that, and also the packaging, because once you hand over your material, you're not going to get it back until it's in a nice little package. So all those stages of of production to consumption, we are supposed to be able to replicate all those steps. You're not supposed to be sending out our products to be done anything to and then brought back to the country. We're supposed to be in control of our markets. We're supposed to be able to ban what comes in and out and so on. So this is also part of our the rebranding of the African image. It's taking our stance, not just our past stance, but our present one, and saying that when we come to negotiate, when we come to geopolitics, we're coming with a definite position. We're coming, with demands. We're coming with, we're coming with leverage. We're not just coming for a handout. We're not coming begging and pleading and hoping. You're not begging when you have the goods. Once you evaluate, and that's also, the epistemology, I think, of no, that's the wrong one. But that's also the root of evaluation, where that comes from. It's simply determining the value of something. So we should go into the global market with good evaluation of our riches, of Mama Africa's riches, and of the riches of the African people as a group. We have to know what we can do with what we have, and then go get the rest that we don't. So yeah, let's learn to value ourselves. What is good with Africa? What is good is we have to know how much is good, how much does that good weigh, how much does it cost, how much does it cost to process it, how much of those goods are actually good, and how much of them are simply a trap, a debt trap. Zurisana focused to you as well, and focus says value versus cost, how much something costs versus how much it's worth. Yeah, and sometimes something costs, a lot, but when you look at it, it's not really worth, anything. It's something that it's really doesn't have. In fact, an industrial diamond has more value than an aesthetic diamond, because at least that one is being put to some use. But it's more useful, and yet it's less valuable. So value is not always tied in this capitalistic system. Value is not always tied to production. It sometimes is just aesthetic, sometimes it's tied to sentimentality and things like that. But like I said, with the farm, in the old system of land ownership and so on, of the working your own land, you would have a land would be valuable only insofar as it yielded good crops. It provided food for the animals. It was a place where you could build a house and stay and so on. So people did not value land just because of just its land. It's a great location. It's what the land could do for you. And once the land was no longer as productive, and land does also goes through its own deterioration or depletion. When you use up the soil, unless you plant like legumes, which will give back nutrients to the soil. But most plants, they take nutrients from the soil, and it takes a while for the soil to get those nutrients back. So once the soil is a little bit depleted of nutrients, then you either move, go somewhere else with new land, migrate, or let that land lie fallow, as they say, lie fallow, and then you use another piece of land. So that was the value of land. Land was not just value, intrinsically. It was intrinsically, because everyone, wanted to have land. When you reach a certain age, you get your own plot of land. When you get married, you start your household and your own plot of land. So yeah, land is very important, but it's only important in as much as it's able to provide for you and your family. And you can work on it as much as you can, but once it stops yielding, then it's time to migrate. It's time to look for greener pastures, so to speak. So that's one of the reasons too that in Africa there was a lot of migration, intra-African migration. People move from place to place. They would stay. There's nobody, I don't think, in Africa, maybe except the San and the Khoisan and some of those, older tribes. But for most of the tribes in Africa, there has been migration throughout. There's been going from one, side of the continent to another. And the reasons for that would be many. Sometimes it's famine, sometimes it's just, people, increasing in population, and they need, to venture out further. Sometimes it would, looking for water. Sometimes it would be looking for, settlement and so on. So migration was always the order of the day. And so nowadays that people are sort of forced to live in one place for a long time, it goes against what people used to do for the longest time, when land was free and easy to move around, and you could just work the land. So many things have changed. Some things for good, some of them not so much. I would say one thing that has changed for good would be the increased interaction of Africans, from different places. Before, while we lived in, we lived in tribes. Tribes interacted with each other from tribe to tribe, and so on, through trade, marriage, sometimes through skirmishes and things like that. But it was mostly just the tribes that were in the neighborhood areas. But with the rise of cities and this big metropolitan areas, when you go to Nairobi, for example, you meet everyone from different backgrounds, different tribes, different communities and so on. And that helped a lot to develop this sense of national unity, because you got to interact with people from different areas, and that widened a lot of people's experiences. There are people who only lived in the village. They only spoke to people from their tribe. They had never been to a different city and so on. So for those people, it widens their scope, their horizon. And even traveling is a good thing. If you can do it, if you get an opportunity, just go somewhere, because wherever you go, you're always going to come back with a different set of experiences, different eyes. You're going to you're going to add to your store of knowledge and wisdom. So when you travel, you meet people, you're forced to, adjust and change into this new system. And so when Africans began, forming these communities in the big cities, they encountered Africans from different places, or even Africans from other countries, and so on. And this has really helped to, to bring idea this. This Africanness all around, to see people from other places, to foster understanding between people, because when people grow up without knowledge and understanding of the other party or of other people, you only rely on hearsay and people who told people who learned from a friend of a friend of a friend. So nobody really can tell you what these people are like, except by rumors and suggestions. So the rise of the cities, of the major cities in Africa, was a place for people, for Africans of different tribes, different areas, different socioeconomic backgrounds, to just come together and and talk. And something similar also happened in in the Pan-Africanist movement, where you had all these young students who were going to, young African students and Caribbeans and Black Americans. They were going to colleges, they were going to to study and so on, and they would meet and talk. And this really started a lot of the discussions that led to the Pan-African congresses in the one in England, and I think the final one was in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. So these kinds of exchanges of minds between people from different backgrounds was quite an intellectual blooming, because it gave Africans from different ways of looking at things. It gave them new ideas, new solutions, new ways, and also it gave them a new hope to go back to the people, to bring something back to the people and say, look, we actually have a plan for us all to get free. We have a plan to to seek our sovereignty. We have a plan to get back what was taken from us by colonialism, neo-colonialism, and so many other systems that were put on us as a people. So it was very important for for us as a as a people to be able to see ourselves in terms of our own eyes, and also in terms of our brothers' eyes. When we see each other from different places, then we see that, wow, we may have all these differences, but we're still the same people. We still have things that we can learn from each other, that we can share, that we can teach. That's another thing too, that we also have a responsibility to teach not just the next generation, but people who may not have access to the same information as us. If you're if you're a scientist, or if you're a biologist and you have information that is needed, let's say in animal husbandry or in growing crops and things like that, it's your responsibility to go back to to the farms and to the areas, and to try to impart that kind of knowledge as much as you can. So for as much as we talk about what we don't have, sometimes we don't see what we have, and we don't use them as much as we could, and we don't pass it. There's some things that we have that we're not even using, and yet if we give somebody else, they might get quite a lot out of it, and that includes knowledge. Sometimes we just have all this knowledge from experience, from our minds and so on, and we're not giving it to anybody, and we're not using it either. Habari BJ. Habari. You're one of the few reliables. I was like, oh, I don't see BJ and Marie Antoinette today. Today, I came in too early. I had forgotten. Oh, you guys had, I'm sure you had a long week already. So I don't fault you. But I'm used to seeing BJ, Marie Antoinette, Pa. Who I don't see as much? Sam. It's been a while since. Maybe he's always on the other programs that I missed, but I don't see Sam as much as he used to be. But yeah, karibu BJ. So yeah, today was just open topic. We were talking about what is good about Africa, what are some of the things that we as Black people have that sometimes we take for granted, and yet you know, those are some of our strengths, where we just take for granted that, oh, you know, we're just happy people, or we're just musically oriented. Maybe that music was something that was given to us so that we can use that to endure some of our experiences, or to bring us together as a group, or to make us stronger, or to make us, you know, work. Because even when people work, they'd work and sing together. So we always, you know, putting down the artists and so on. And yeah, some of them do, you know, sing some art and nonsense, but that ability that we have, it's only sometimes that maybe some people misuse it, but that's still something that we have a gift as a people. The gift of, you know, of respecting each other, of being hospitable to strangers and people. Yeah, some people can argue that's a weakness because people come in and take advantage of us as Africans. We're too open and willing to, you know, to let everybody in, even people who have, you know, ill intentions towards us. That's all very true, you know, and we also need to become less, you know, less open and less, you know, less trusting. This is not the world of niceness and goodness and so on. We should also grow up as human beings and say, well, you know what, everybody else, it's natural to be a little bit suspicious. It's natural to be cautious. It's natural to not fully trust somebody that you don't know very well. Even if you know somebody very well, you know, you cannot wholly 100% trust them, not because they're not even untrustworthy, but because they're just human, you know. So we sometimes, you say we're too trusting because we used to this respect and hospitality, but we forget that there are bigger things than that, that sometimes we give up our, you know, our comfort for our so-called values. So that's another good thing. It's all this, they're good things, but they're good things that can be misused. You know, everything, you know, is good, but it has its dark side. Just like every cloud has a silver lining, every lining has a cloud. Every silver lining has a cloud. Well, not every single, but you understand what I'm saying. So you can have your silver lining, but you still have your cloud. You still have something, you know, that takes away from the goodness of what you have. So our hospitality has been taken advantage of and exploited by foreigners, and they have used that to create division and confusion, and to, you know, to make us suspicious of, instead of being suspicious of them, we're suspicious of each other, and it's hard for us to work together. So that's one of, you know, the way something good can turn into, you know, something not so great. You know, in terms of respect, yeah, respect is very important in traditional African society. Children are expected to respect their parents, but that can also go the opposite, where, you know, parents don't want to listen to the children, even though the children may have, you know, better ideas, especially in terms of dealing with the modern times. Okay, our first guest of the day, BJ, karibu.
Ever, how's it going this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Loving your topic, looking at everything that's going on right now. It's so on point because we still are living in a colonized mind. I mean, and Prince, you know, had a song out called Colonized Mind, and people just again didn't really understand what he was talking about. But when you put more value in what someone else brings to you, and less in what you are bringing in yourself, then there's something wrong with that. You know, you can have two items, and you're saying, well, this one comes from there, so it has to be better. Why is that better?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why is it better? I mean, okay, I'll give it a little bit of value because, okay, maybe the process is a little bit more advanced, so it's more fine tuned and the edges are sharper. But if it only lasts a week and your stuff is made with a better construction and the materials are better, then no, their stuff is not better. It just looks prettier. Just say it looks prettier.
Mm-hmm.
You know, again, you know, stop valuing what someone else is presenting to you and value yourself, because again, nobody else is doing that. Their hut is better than the hut that you got in. Their ditch is better than the ditch you got. But it's still a ditch. It's still a hut. So what makes that better than what you're bringing? Value yourself first.
And that is why
You say you believe in God, but yet how can God build something that has no value? See, then if something is telling you that you have no value, then that's not of God.
Mm-hmm. And not even that we don't have value, we are less than the value of other people. So this is why propaganda, this is why mindset and mentality is very important, because all one needs to do is to convince you. That's all they need to do is to convince you that your land is worthless and is valueless, and your people don't deserve to have the land, and then just move them out. And then once they're gone, now they come and tell you, oh, apparently this land was quite worth a lot of money, but it's ours now and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah,
So
I mean, yeah, and like they gloss over your history because like here, like, well, in is it 1863, the slaves were freed, and well, and then they tell you in Texas until 1865, blah blah blah. They will tell you you were brought over here because you had the skills to build aqueducts, to build buildings, to farm the land, to do all these things. That's why they took you. But then on the flip side of that, they didn't tell you that you started fighting back. You were fighting back on this side of the Atlantic as well as you guys over there. They'll tell them stories. So then we always sit around like, well, we can't do anything. We're powerless. Really? Really? They keep rewriting your history and your story, and you keep believing it.
Yeah, and you can be powerless, but at the same time, they want to put you in chains. If you're really powerless, they wouldn't need to do that much to put you in chains. If you're naturally stupid and inferior, they wouldn't need to, put you in schools and make signs against you to prevent you from reading and studying and to give you the worst. So that if they thought you were really backwards, they would give you all the opportunities and then say, see, we gave them everything and they still can't succeed. So,
exactly.
yeah.
And the thing is that what we got is this false illusion of freedom when we haven't been free. We're still in chains right now. The problem is now is our chains are mental. We're like that elephant. Yeah, the elephant they would put the big chain on him when he was little, and then they'll make the chain smaller and smaller to now all he has to do put on is a rope. And then he feels, because he conditioned the elephant to believe that he can't free himself. We're the same.
Yeah, and it's generational. That's the worst thing. The first elephant, would have resisted it, but after a generation or two, they don't even question it anymore. It's easier to trick somebody but there's still that need for freedom, and they will still resist, but they will still feel like, it takes a lot and it takes much, effort for them to even think that there's something wrong. So unfortunately, a lot of us still need to, and sometimes it happens, for different people in life. Some for some men, for boys, sometimes it's just an encounter with the police. Sometimes for women, it's someone, being in your space or try to touch your hair or just being rude for no reason. And we don't understand these things until much, much later. So this is also something that we're doing a disservice to our children. We're not preparing them for the world. Not to.
Yeah, I mean, because the history is so intricate, so amazing, so deep. Where do you think all this stuff came from? It came from you. Why you think that your ancestors couldn't speak on it? Because they knew that they would use it against you. That's why.
Yeah.
But the knowledge is still there. And we gotta stop thinking that we have to go outside of ourselves for a solution when it resides within you. God is in you. The sun is the sun. Why are you following a colonizer's religion and saying this is the gospel truth if it keeps you in bondage? How does that make sense? If God loves everybody, why were you at the bottom? That makes no sense. If he loves everybody and hates evil, then why do he love the evil man more than he loves you? I mean, it's just start thinking about some of the words there and some of the things they're putting out there. And sometimes the saddest part about it is that we will do this to each other. That he doesn't have to do it anymore because we'll start putting on the role for him. We'll start telling each other lies and saying each other is the enemy. And again, I understand because it's an easy target because we're in a weaker position. You don't want to go after those who have the real power, who is oppressing you. I mean, it's hard. I get it. It's very hard. But to believe in a lie, that's even more hard. That makes no sense.
Well, I think to believe in the lie is actually easier to begin with. What becomes harder is now when you start thinking of, making sense of all the contradictions. Because when you first believe in something, and that's, like when you ask your parents, why is the sky blue? Because, and then after a while they just tell you, because I said so. So you just have to accept that answer. But after you sit back and then you ask yourself again, you ask these questions, you can come to different conclusion, or those things can start not making sense. Why is it just us? Why is it that God punishes the enslaved, but this person who did the slaving is led to scot free? Why would you punish children for for doing nothing? Why would you sell a child who did nothing into slavery? A child is born innocent. Why would they be born a slave? So when you start asking yourself these questions, then they have to come up with answers. Oh, it's because you are cursed, it's because of this and because of that. Then they have to lie and put all this because they have been caught. So it's when we start questioning things, especially when we become adults, because very few of us are really trained and prepared for the real world, for the real racial world. We're told, to go to school as if the world is just a color neutral place, as if nobody's going to see that you're black. If you just keep your head down and do your best, if you just, become the nicest person in the world, nobody will bother you with, your blackness. But that's not reality. One or two people might escape it, but that's not to guarantee that your children, your sons, your daughters, your daughters are not going to go to some Asian shop and get snatched and beaten up. Your son is not going to be mistakenly confused for holding a gun and accidentally shot in the street. Things like that. And in Africa, you're not going to be able to guarantee that your children are going to be able to go to school, find employment. Even if they go to school, are they going to have jobs? So people are struggling and suffering, and if you don't give them a reason for that, then that's why people turn to these prosperity preachers. That's why people turn to drugs. That's why people turn to desperate measures, or to cheating or scamming or doing these things to each other, because they don't have a reason. They don't have a reason for why things are, and so they either give up, or they just say, you know what, if I can't win against the system, I'll just join it and just become, a terrible person.
So then that lie does have a cost.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. It's like people always say it's easier to believe in a lie, but no one ever finished the sentence. It's easier to believe in a lie, yes, but that lie still has a cost. And the thing is, you have to decide, is the cost worth the price?
Yeah, and some people don't even know the cost. Like I said, we don't know how to value things. We don't know how to value ourselves. Some people don't know how to value each other. So for them, they might see that as a price that they are willing to pay. They can see, well, you know what, I'll do this today. I'll get over on this person today, so I can feed myself, or I can do this or the other. They don't look at, especially when people are desperate, they don't look at things, in terms of good and evil. They just see in terms of what can I get and what can I not. So this is why it's important for people to have values that go beyond money. Sometimes when we just talk about money, and we make money the sole arbiter of life. Not that it's not important. I'm not also one of those people who says that, oh, it doesn't matter, let's just struggle together and everything will be good. You can't sit around eating snow cakes. But at the same time, you cannot let that be your only thing that you tell young people to aspire to, because if that's the case, then you will do anything it takes to get what it is that you want. If that's money, if that is sex, if that is power, we're not supposed to be, living that monolithic lifestyle where we're only focusing on one thing. And unfortunately, in our society, you can only have one thing. It's like there's no balance. If you have children, you cannot have a career. If you have, freedom, you cannot have fun. If you have this, you cannot have the other. And so people look at, if you want money, you cannot have morals, or you have to do sacrifice, your time, your principles, your energy, all of that. You have to sacrifice all of that, in the course of time. And we have not been taught to have moderation, to
Exactly. Exactly. And that's where the cost comes in. I mean, and I think that's where we have all these now all of a sudden, all these mental problems, all these mental psychosis, all these it's because when you are trying to make a lie the truth, it's going to affect you mentally. When you know it's a lie and you say, yes, that's a lie, but I have to work this lie in order to survive, you're going to be much better off because you're not buying into this bull crap. Because you know what the foundation is. But when you start believing all of this mess and taking as the gospel truth, and it says it on John 16:14, whatever, and God made us this way. No, man made us this way. Put the onus on the person who created the problem.
Yeah.
And hold yourself accountable to make the changes to make it better. Then you won't have all these psychosis because, what's the definition of insanity? To keep doing the same thing over and over again and think you're going to get different results. That's what we all are doing every day.
Yeah.
And wondering why is it not changing? Why is it doesn't feel this way? 500 years? 1,000 years? 2,000 years? It hasn't changed. And who's winning? The ones who created the problem at the very beginning. So of course it's not going to change. We have to change.
And, in terms of that too, when I was saying, what's good with us, I was also trying to be positive and, we beat ourselves too a lot sometimes. Yeah, with good reasons sometimes, but sometimes a lot. But the goodness in that is that we are a patient people. We can take a lot without snapping. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad, but one thing that we are is that we are faithful. We have been faithful religiously. We have been faithful to, to the cause. We have been faithful to life, even holding on to life. Imagine everything that we have gone through and we're still holding on to life. So in a way,
but see, that's because Tanzania, you guys are still believing in the Most High Creator. You're still holding on to your morals. Here, there's been a mass shooting every week. Every week, somewhere in this country, there's been a mass shooting. And in many of the instances, the person is only 19 years old. And I'm like, you haven't even lived a life at 19. What causes you to think the only solution and I don't think even that, I've been through so much and and all this other stuff. I think because they want to. And they're enjoying what they're doing.
Yeah.
So what causes a 19-year-old brain to go that deep off the edge to think that this is okay to do? That's what I mean. We don't even know that we're living in a psychosis. And that someone else is defining your truth for you to the point that you think, I'm going to emulate his truth to the point that it's okay for me to just go out there and just not, I have to kill to survive, not I have to kill for the honor of my country because this is the enemy, not I got to kill to protect myself. No, I just want to go out and kill. See, that's what I mean. The psychosis had gone to the point that if we do not decolonize our mind, this is going to become the norm, and that's not normal.
And I would add to that, it's one thing, the psychosis, but it's also the the training. It's also the how someone is raised up. There are people who naturally are just going to be like that, but imagine what kind of training somebody gets in their home, not just to have that mindset, but also to have that ability. Like I was saying, potential is just being able to do something, having the energy for it, but possibility is actually having the will to do it. Like, this is what you're going to do. So yeah, anybody can go and do that. Anybody can cause mass destruction, but what makes somebody actually go and do it? Or,
because in our society, it's the norm. Violence, and that's why I said in America the psychosis is real, because we came over for the freedom because we were being oppressed by the British, and we had the Boston Tea Party, and and we life, liberty, in the pursuit of happiness. But all that crap is a lie. This country was a prison colony, and it never really stopped.
Yeah, but it's not a very fun narrative to go by.
But it's the truth, because if you know what it is, then your brain is prepared to handle it. But if you believe a lie, when you start to see the truth, your brain can't handle that, because your brain has been founded on principles that are not real. And when your brain starts to try to process all that, it can literally crack. It could crack you up.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what we're starting to see everywhere. Why we're starting to see all this violence and this hate, and I hate men, and men hate me, and you're the enemy, I'm the enemy, and all this. What are you talking about? Why are we so enraged over? I mean, the people who should have been enraged to that point is the people who we had to live for hundreds of years in bondage. We're free, and now we're more mad and angry and violent against everything. Something is not right. Something is totally upside down, right side up, inside out.
Yeah, all the way in and out and twisted all around.
Exactly. Oh, I'm sorry, Tanzan. I'm sorry. Maybe I need to go to my happy world.
But you know what? Okay, we still can laugh. We can still laugh. That's the only thing we can do. It's not the only thing, but it's one of the things.
Yeah, I just get frustrated because people, this needs to stop. It just has to stop. And then when I'm hearing you guys talking about how, you're poor, you have nothing. We're poor over here. We have nothing over here. You can work a job and have a nice little number behind it, but at the end of the day, how much do you really have out of that nice number behind it? How much freedom do you really have? So again, that's why I say what do you value? Because everything has a cost, and you have to decide is the cost worth it? Is the cost of having the bigger salary and you lose yourself, is it worth it? Is it the cost of having even the bigger money? Is it worth it? And you're enslaved by an entity that controls everything. So yes, you're living in a nice house. Yes, you have beautiful clothes, but you have no freedom. So you have to decide which piece of the peg you want to sit on. And stop looking at your people as being, oh, you're backwards, or you're this, or you're that. Well, no, you're free, you're happy. And if that's your freedom and your happiness, then that's okay. Stop judging each other. Find your piece of the pie and love it. But don't be pointing fingers like someone said. While you point a finger at one person, You got three pointing back at you and a thumb. So you need to work on yourself more than trying to judge someone else's situation.
I say this as well, that yeah, why we tell people, money is not everything, but like we always say, image is more important than what we tell people. The example we provide to children is more important than even the words we tell them. We can tell them be good, but if we're doing the opposite, they'll follow our examples more than our directions. So when they look at the model of success, who are the people that the adults look up to? Who are the people that we look up to and say, that person has made it, and so on and so forth? It's usually, a star, celebrity, or somebody like that, somebody who's famous, people talk about, and so on. So when somebody looks up, they think, okay, that's who I'm supposed to be. With the boys they look up, it's the rappers and so on, and the athletes, they're at least more, wholesome. But those are the examples, those are the people that they strive towards, and those people don't come and tell them, oh, it's lonely at the top, or this is what you have to do, or these are the sacrifices you have to make. Everything just seems glitzy and glamorous until you get there, and even they are also duped by it, because they thought that once they got to the top, everything would be sorted, but it's not. And so there's a great dissatisfaction, and so they want to pass that dissatisfaction to other people, and also still keep other people aspiring to their heights. So it's the destination also that we put to the children, that we should also change where they're heading towards, because if for all we're heading towards is the money, the money, the money, but it's not towards anything, it's not towards community improvement, or making a better person of yourself, or helping other people. People who help people are not even celebrated, they just do it for free, for nothing. But people who actually make money and keep it, those are the ones that people celebrate. Why does one person need a $50 billion? Why are there 8 or 9 men who are walking around with money they can't spend ever if they live to be 20,000 years old? But that's okay in the world that we live in.
I mean, and Tanzania, you said the most wonderful, amazing, beautiful thing. And a lot of people do not go beyond what you just said. Image. What is image? Imagination. Imagination is something that's not real. And because we're chasing images, an image is just like a cartoon, can be altered at will. And I think we don't go beyond the surface value. And we're living in a time where, and even though a lot of things on this Google planet that we live on can be altered, you can still find the truth. It's not like you have to go to a library and search through all these different books, and you get to the car catalog, and the location that they're saying is that the book is missing, and you have to do all this tons and tons of research. You can almost find enough of the truth within minutes, and not minutes, than hours. So it's not as hard as it used to be to find the truth. And then honestly, the truth is not complicated. If you look within yourself and you become more conscious of what's going on, your body is going to tell you. You're going to get that feeling like, something don't feel right with this. I think I better go that way. But we keep ignoring those signals. We keep ignoring our intuition, and we fall deeper into the rabbit hole, and deeper and deeper, and then start screaming when we can't find our way out. When you should have started saying, "Wait, this doesn't sound right. Something is a little off with this. Why is this better? Why is this easier? What am I giving up for that? Again, you could have this great career, and nothing's wrong with that. As long as you love it and you have passion about it, go for what your dreams are. Absolutely. But understand, whatever dreams we have, it's going to be a cost. Again, it may be a cost of time. Maybe you won't have that beautiful family that you dreamed of having when you were younger. Maybe you do have that beautiful family and all the things that you thought you wanted, and the great career and all this other stuff, but then maybe you won't have the time. So you have to balance that out and understand there's going to be sacrifices no matter what. Not worship this image that you have it all because this is what they got. Because if you start peeling back, like you had mentioned the billionaire with all the money. If you look at the history of most of these billionaires and these industrialists and all that, and the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and all these other folks that have gone all over the world and planned and done all this stuff, if you saw how much blood was laying on their hands, would you want to be that? Because once the blood is on the hand, the blood doesn't stop.
Would you?
Me? No. That's why I never aimed for any of that.
But maybe it's also our lack of not wanting that, our lack of ambition that also keeps us in the state that we're in.
But the state that I'm in, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Because I know I go out there and I help people and I have done good for others.
Yeah, but don't we also say that we are still, in the last position and so on? So we're not.
Yeah, really... I mean, but what is last? What is last? If for me to be at first means I literally have to be cutthroat and heartless, I can't live with myself if I was that. I mean, really, I couldn't live like that. I could see a bunch of pretty little baubles all around me and look at all these nice things that I have, but I would be miserable inside. Now, some people, hey, they do okay with that. Hey, it's worth it. But for me, no.
But what if you are not the one who had to do, that brutal work? What if somebody else did that for you? And
but you're responsible for it. And that's where,
not responsible. You don't have to be directly. You don't even have to know about it.
But that's not how the mind works. You know what you did. I've seen it. You know what you did, which caused someone to suffer. I lived that. Someone else's decision and saw the outcome of all that suffering. And I know me. I mean, I guess some people could live with those consequences. But no, you still got blood on your hands. That's not how God created our minds. Our minds is not what we know what we do. We know every action that we put into effect.
Okay, let me.
We know what we're doing is hurting someone.
This is a common mind experiment. It's just an abstract hypothetical. So, if you could just push a button, right, and somebody somewhere, would be bombed. You didn't know who. They are not related to you. You don't know them. But if you did that, you'd get $500,000. Or let's just make it $1 million. Would you push a button?
No.
You don't know them. You don't know who they are. You don't know their family.
I wouldn't know. That's just how I am. Nope. Because with that $1 million, what people don't understand.
I can't lie. I'll push that button in a second.
It comes back. It comes back. You don't know when. You don't know how. It's going to come back.
I will run before it gets me. I will get money.
So you want the $1 million?
BJ, before they even start to explain the rules, I'm pushing. Like which one? You want one? Do I get a double for if I push both buttons? Do I get more?
No. Because see, the thing is, Tanzan, is once you push that button, there's gonna be another button you're gonna have to push, and another button, and another button, and another button, and another button.
Nope. You just need $1 million and you're good.
It does. Life does, and that's why we got so much psychosis. We think life is gonna be that simple and easy, and we can walk away from it. No, because once you do that one button, here's another, here's another, and here's another.
But if you don't do any buttons, you will have nothing and nothing and nothing. And you'll go back living the same life you were before. You'll go back to staring at your family with no money in your pockets. You're going to go back to how you are instead of taking a chance and doing it. And then even if you suffer for it, guess what? Your family and other people will benefit from that $1 million.
But will they really? Because but will they really?
Yes.
Because what is the sacrifice that they're going to have when they know?
They will not know. They don't have to know.
The truth never hides.
Yes, it does. It
No,
does.
all the time. No, it doesn't. The truth never hides.
The truth is hiding all the time. Why do you think that lies, are about?
No, the truth doesn't hide. It's that we deny the truth. There's a difference.
Okay.
We see it. We just don't want to accept it. So we try to hide among the lies, but it all comes out.
Okay.
It all comes out, and we have to pay the price.
This karma you're talking about is coming. This karma is coming. Where has the karma been coming for the last 1,000 and 1,400 years? 500 years. Let's just take with that. Let's just take the last 500 years. When is this karma coming?
Oh, you ever start seeing how these systems are just literally collapsing on themselves?
Yeah, but they're also collapsing.
But also, Tanzan, if you think about what you just stated, as long as I get the $1 million, I don't have to, I have to worry about it. We're also responsible for keeping this stuff going too.
Yeah.
So we're like, why haven't
I can use that $1 million?
That happens, then it's been going on for 5 because you are playing a role in this, keeping it moving, keeping it going.
I can get that $1,000 and then put the gun to the puppet master and tell them your game ends here. But without anything, if they throw me back on the street without my $1 million, which
but again, Tanzan, okay, you got the $1 million. So what you do with that $1 million?
First,
ask yourself, I'm gonna go buy stuff. And who are you buying the stuff from? The person who persecuted you and caused all the problems. And so you're feeding into keeping him sitting up on the high perch because we keep feeding him.
At least you have options. Before, what were you doing?
Well, what option do you have if you still keep feeding the same beast? The beast is not going to change.
It's not to
It's different if you have options and you do something different, but we don't. We keep feeding into the same thing. We give him all our money. We buy from him. We make sure he's okay. We make sure he's fed. We make sure his life is good. And then we sit back and complain. Why? He's a billionaire. He got trillions of dollars. And he still isn't doing anything to help anybody. And then we take our money and then we give it back to him. Why should he have to help anybody? Because we're giving him everything he wants.
Would you rather be poor in this system or rich in this system?
I've been both in this system, and it's still the same.
Would you rather?
I don't want to be in this system.
I know, but I'm saying while you're in it, let's just be realistic. We're not going to overthrow the system today, but while you're in it, would you rather be rich and comfortable or poor and discontent?
Poor and discontent.
Somebody needs
to get poor and discontent because at least you
somebody needs to get
because people don't understand is that being poor and discontent, you have a lot more freedom than being rich and comfortable.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Yeah, you do. You have more options being rich, but you have less control.
How are you having more options and less control? More options is more control.
No, it's not. Because really,
how can you choose poverty? It's not you're not choosing one system for another. The system is already there. You can either choose to have some power in it.
I'm only saying that. And the reason why I'm saying that, I know where you're coming from, Tanzan. But the reason why I say that is I grew up poor, and we had nothing. And we had to depend on the system literally to survive. But we were happier. We had more freedom. We were loving more on each other. We were helping each other more. We were giving each other more. We were making sure each other was taken care of more. Now that we have more, we are so divided. disconnected. Still looking at the bank account. It looks like I have less than when I had less. Angrier, more frustrated, more pressure, more stress. More people are snap, crackle, and popping off on everything. But I live in a nice house and got nice shoes, and I could do these things. So that's why I say what I say. Having all those things is not making you happy. Yeah, and I know people got even more than what I got, and they even more miserable. And that's why I say that, because I'm like, why are they so, and why I don't get this? You got everything. I mean, I'm talking about everything. The beautiful wife, the beautiful
wait, BJ,
parents,
hold, breaks, BJ. As unhappy as these people are with all their money, have you ever seen one of them offering to give it up? I am tired of my too much money. I am tired of my mansion. I will give it up.
And no, they don't give it up. They don't give it up, but they are more miserable. They are more miserable. Again, and honestly, Tanzania, I could have fallen into that, and I could have gotten much further than where I'm at, much further. But then I'm looking at the people who did get further, and I'm like, you're further, but you're more miserable than where I'm sitting at right now. So what was the point of it?
Okay, but let's leave those people for a second. If you had more money, do you think you'd be more or less happy?
Less, because the thing is, the game you have to play to get it, you got to give up something to have it, and I wasn't willing to give up all of that. See, everything has a cause and effect. I don't care what choice you make. No matter what choice you make, it has a cause. And I'm only saying all this is because you have to decide individually what you're willing to give up to get. Because again, as kids, they make us seem like, oh, all you have to do is do this, and you'll get this, and you have all these things. But they never talk about the cause. They never talk about the cost. So again, if you're okay to have all these millions of dollars, but you have no time to spend it or enjoy it, that's okay. Because at least you know, I gave it all up, but I have this. And like you said, and my children, because again, sometimes you give your children all that in the long run, and they wind up marrying the biggest bum, wife beater, or whatever, and take all your money and go to Vegas and lose it all. Sacrifice your whole life, and they like still coming to you crying every other day. So I'm just saying, as long as you know the cost and you're okay with the cost, then that's okay. Because at least you know I'm here. I have all these wonderful things, and I was able to do these things with it, even though it cost me all this. Then that's okay. See, the problem we come in is we think we get all this money and our life is going to be, like Cinderella, and I found my prince, and I got all these wonderful things, and I'll never have a problem again, and my life is just going to be the best, and I'm only going to have rainbows and sunshine and lollipops. And then we found out you didn't feel more miserable than you did when you didn't have bread to eat. And that's where the problem comes. And that's what I'm saying. You have to know what the cost is.
Don't you think that somebody can still be rich, but do it in a good way so that they're not, the cost? But what about just the work? Maybe somebody can actually put in, work and be rich from, the honest labor.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you can. But you're still going to have to face the others who are not. So again, you could find that niche and be okay with it, but you're still going to have to face those others. So, and all I'm saying is that why I'm saying what I'm saying is, as long as you know wherever you land is not going to be perfection. And that there is going to be hardships, and there's going to be battles, and there's going to be things you're going to have to give, and there's going to be things that you're going to have to lose. Then you're going to be okay. But when we get this, I'm rich and my life is going to be perfect mindset, that's when you're losing the battle. Because it's not going to be perfect. And you're going to face maybe some of the same issues that you thought you were walking away from when you were poor or had nothing. See, and then you're able to navigate it. I think that's where we think once we get this beautiful degree, all of our life is going to be perfect because this is what they're telling. All you need is a degree and you're going to be great. Well, when you get the degree, you're going to still face battles. There's no place. We're on this planet, and this planet is a battle. And even the ones who think that they can, sit at home and I'm going to marry this rich man and all I have to do is be happy. No, that rich man is still going to have demands of you. So again, if you're okay with those demands, then that's okay. Then you're able to handle it. But if you think that it's going to solve every issue you have and every problem you face and all your insecurities and all your shortcomings will never have to be dealt with because I married this rich man, it doesn't work like that. And so I'm like, as long as you're okay with whatever that cost is, then it's good. So Tanzan, you okay having that $1 million?
I am.
Then that's okay. But don't think that $1 million is not going to have some consequences on the back end.
What are the consequences? There are no consequences.
Okay. I'm gonna let you live your fantasy land, Tanzan, with your $1 million.
Look, the only consequences are those you make yourself. Imagination. Remember, you have already
imagined. I bet you imagination ain't real.
BJ, just for a second. You already said about imagination. When you imagine something and you imagine that it is real. So for you have imagined that if you press this button, there's going to be some imaginary consequences. None that were said. None that were mentioned, none were even hinted at, but there are going to be imaginary consequences to what you're doing, but you're not seeing the immediate benefits. You're not seeing what is there. You're just imagining things that might or might not happen. So I'm telling you, get what is there. You got that $1 million, you can do something with it. Don't worry about your imaginatories, fantasies, nonsense, and be afraid, oh, somebody put a juju on me because I pressed a button. No, you got your $1 million. You can do whatever you want with it. Now you're free and you have the power to do what you want.
Okay, Tanzan, if you say so.
No. This is not a say-so thing. I'm just saying
okay.
You can counter that because you have not proved this karmic thing. You have not proved, firstly, that law of, if you do something bad will happen to you. We have seen people doing bad every single time. You have seen a group of people doing bad for 500 years. Nothing bad has happened to them.
But yet, well, then technically, maybe not physically bad has happened, but again, and a lot of the people who have the most are on drugs, have all these types of addictions and all this other stuff. So if you're, and why I say that is that, yes, you can make those choices, but there's going to be a cost and you have to be prepared to pay that cost. So no, a lot of times the kids are totally screwed up. Look at the Trump family. Look at the billionaire. He's living in Mar-a-Lago.
You should sing opera.
I would not want to live a second in his shoes.
Your
not a second.
It is impressive. You should sing opera. You should just hit those high notes.
Look at Oprah. Look at her. Have you seen her lately?
No.
The smile has gone from when she started up. carrying that 500 that 50-pound fat in that wagon.
The thrill is gone. The thrill is gone. Look, let me ask you, what is more important to you? Power or happiness?
Happiness.
Wow. Okay, let me just ask everybody in the New Impact in particular, what is more important to you? Yeah, I'm actually interested in knowing that, because power or I'm trying to type and I can't do two things at a time. So the question is power, number one, or happiness, number two. It has been determined that money is obviously not a strong contender there, so I won't even put that one. So number one for power, number two for happiness. BJ has stated very well. Okay, so I think I see where we disagree there. I see where we sort of get the fork in the road, because for you see that rich people are not happy, therefore being rich is not worth it. And for me, I say that you can be.
No, I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying either is good or either is bad. I'm just saying there's a cost. A lot of times look at how many people win the lottery and they wind up broke. There's a cost in everything. See, people think once I get here, I don't have to worry about nothing. And like what Neil Plaxer said, and would tell you that they want to pay somebody who can make cocaine less delicately. Yeah, and exactly. If you got everything, why are you smoking cocaine?
Because you have everything, I guess.
So now I need the cocaine to maybe deal with it?
No, because now you can do whatever you want, including...
No. Cocaine is a mind-altering drug. That means you want to get out of your mind.
To quote,
you can't handle your everyday existence.
Yes.
You need something to numb the pain. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying is that why, if I got all of this and you're still miserable? I mean, if you look at some of the most wealthiest people, look at their face. Really, look at their face. They look beautiful. That Bentley, and look at them running around that Rose, and that outfit look gorgeous. Yeah, but look in their eyes. The eyes tell the whole story, because what's on the outside is material. What is going on in the inside?
And you think, poverty has a happy face?
Yeah, they look happier than some of them rich folks. Because to me, if you got all that, you should be just doing cartwheels every day. I'm like, where's the cartwheels? Why? I mean, and I'm just saying, I'm not saying don't go for that. Don't go for everything that you want. But just understand that everything you do has a cost. And again, like you said, being poor and not having a place on a roof over your head, there's a price on that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have to decide what is going to bring you happiness. Because honestly, doing that whole penny demic, I went out on the streets, and the only ones who were happy was the homeless people. Everybody else was miserable. I'm like, really? I'm like, wait a minute. They were just running around. This is my everyday. They just sit up there laughing at everybody. I'm like, wow. Well, they like, because they probably super happy because they have to deal with none of our craziness.
Yeah.
So I mean, and that's all I'm saying. You have to decide. And so in so many words, what I'm really trying to say is, neither side is good or bad. You have to figure out what makes you happy. So we got to stop putting more value on somebody else's dream, because we don't know what the nightmare of their everyday existence is on either side. Mm-hmm. And we have to find out what is the cost. What is the cost of, because a lot of times we go after things and not look at what do you really want? Because the thing about the world that we live in is so superficial, and everything is on the is a surface value. That no one looks deeper to find out what is really going to satisfy them.
Okay.
Because they get things, and you get more things, and you give them more things, the more and more things, and you're still chasing another thing, and you're still not happy. And then those things get old, so then you got to get more things. And so now I got to work harder to pay for things that not making me happy, and all I got is a house full of a bunch of things.
Mm-hmm.
So then I got to get the drugs and the food and the women and all this other stuff to make me feel something. Because again, we're supposed to feel something in this world.
Yes.
Hey, who's a
newbie? Karibu, welcome. The architect. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, how are you guys?
Okay, so being the architect, you have all the solutions.
I don't know if all, but I'm just gonna play my part in my time and see what happens. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
You're a little low, but yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, just gonna play my part in my time and see what happens. I was listening to you guys since I woke up. I was like, wow, this is a good morning, like a good morning sermon here, man. Tanzan, that's great.
Oh, thank you. It's still early morning for me, so I'm barely up. Maybe that's what Neo Impact was saying. It feels weird because it's the middle of the night for me. I was asleep. I almost missed the stream, so I'm barely here. So thank you both for joining and keeping me company.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, and good to see BJ as well. You sound like such a strong woman. I wanted to ask you though, like that guy that was on here the last time, asking you those questions. Was it his first time here?
What guy?
His name was Gabe
Oh,
Dump
gas
or
him
something.
up. He's always floating in and out.
Okay, so that's not his first time.
No, and every time he does the same thing, one way or another. I thought he was being good, and then I'm like, okay, it's coming. And then he just caught me on like one of my days, like this is,
he got you.
It's not the day.
I'm not
having it. I've been working 10 hours trying to figure out this problem. You would have caused me a no. So I beg you my forgiveness. I should have behaved myself a little bit better. Sorry.
No, because you know what? None of that is your fault. So don't even bother with that. What I was gonna say is that I didn't know how come. I was trying to wonder how come he does not realize that BJ is annoyed. Like anyone can tell.
Yeah, see, and like I said, that was my fault. Really, I shouldn't have fed the beast. And then was I just talking about the beast? And I shouldn't have fed it. Once you feed it, it keeps asking for more and more. And then once you at your point, he still wants more.
In my head, I was thinking to myself, why are we wasting our time talking about Donald Trump and Constitution? And that's a rotten system, man. And
that's what was making me upset, because we have so many real issues that we need to be focusing on. We talk about rich man. Those are rich man problems. And you think I can go knock on his door and say, hey, how can I help you? He will be security. Lock her up.
And the reason why I was asking those questions last time, because I thought that it was his first time here, and he don't really know that we have serious issues. Like, the hell is talking about?
No, that's what he does. He wants to get a reaction, and he starts to try to feed the fire. Yeah. And I fell into it. That's why I apologize.
Yeah, it's okay. Nobody was, nobody's feelings were hurt. Yeah.
Okay, good.
My feelings were hurt.
Okay.
I guess I'm a nobody.
Okay, no. Okay. Well,
no, it's all good.
Didn't you? You're all here laughing and giggling again, so I think you'll be okay. I think you will.
No, technically I'm not okay, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm not okay.
It's all good.
Yes.
I just came to say hi to you guys because I don't know if I got any time today. Today is usually my busy day.
Okay, thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be here for a little bit because no one's here yet. No one came. So I'll be here for a little bit with you guys. But
Okay.
what were you guys? Sorry.
Okay, so
real quick.
Tanzania, I want to know: do you want to be
scenario.
rich or would you rather be poor?
No, do you want to be rich or do you want? What is more important to you, money or power? Or what was the question? Let's see. Yeah, money or power?
Money or power?
Yes.
Power. Because power brings money.
Okay. Money. So you have chosen
Plus,
power over money, right?
Yes. You know what? Plus, you know what? No one wants to see that damn money with that woman face on it anymore. That don't worth nothing.
Yeah.
It's not worth nothing.
Okay. Okay. Before we continue, second one. Money, power, or happiness?
Happiness. Because happiness will bring power.
Happiness brings power?
Yeah, it does actually.
You feel empowered. What is power? Yeah, that you have to define what is power, because happiness makes you feel empowered, right? Not true?
Because you're satisfied. You get satisfaction. You find joy and happiness. You could have all the power in the world, and you still being dangled by strings, even strings that you may create, and you have no peace of mind.
Okay, so let me just get this straight. So power.
We see Tanzania wants to be a czar.
Oh
no! power with lots of billions and millions and trillions all around her.
Don't be so quick, DJ, because architect seems to be on my side. He's on the power side. Hold on. Power or happiness?
Power. I said happiness, because happiness brings power.
Oh wow! Okay, you let me down there, but okay.
No, listen, man. When
I think Tanzania is just interviewing her minions, and she's trying to see. That's why she got the survey done.
Well,
she's gonna create her own empire. Mickey just don't realize he's a tool to be.
Oh, by the way, Marie Antoinette is here. She's joining us right now in the comment section. Marie Antoinette, good to have you as always.
Beware, Marie, beware. She's trying to recruit you.
Well, I think that the thing is, money have limits. You know what I mean? Money, you're only as powerful when you have money, based on how much money you have. And think about it. Like when I was younger, I used to ask myself, who gave this piece of toilet paper value? Who gave this thing value over people's life? Because the queen's face is on it. The queen's face ain't worth nothing. She's in her grave now. So like money have limits. I believe power have limits as well. If it's you're just going after power, exactly. But happiness brings power, and power brings money, I think, because when you're happy, when you're in a good state, I must say, your possibilities are endless. That's how I see it. Your possibilities are endless. You can create whatever you want in this world. You can get notoriety. You can pull people's attention. You can make people pay you for what you create. All those things don't come out of people when they're in subjugated states.
Right.
Or they're not happy. Yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
And again, like with power, it's like power. What powerful person do you know is satisfied?
Yeah, it's always more power they want.
More greed. They never have enough.
But that means that power is a good thing because they keep wanting more and more of it. If there was
so you think the British Empire was a good thing?
I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I'm saying that they are satisfied with.
But they never were satisfied. No.
You didn't let me finish. I didn't say they were satisfied with power. I said they are satisfied with always accumulating more power. That's how, you know, even corporations, they're not satisfied with, oh, our goal is to make $1 billion and then we're going to sit back. Their satisfaction is we're constantly going to be constantly making money, constantly, forever. Coca-Cola wasn't satisfied when they made their first billion, $3 billion. They're like, oh, okay, we made 3 billion. Now we're going to make 10 billion and 20 billion. So the satisfaction.
But Tanzan, but isn't that with everything? I mean, we all evolve. Are we
No,
doing the
not
same thing
everything.
yesterday as we're doing today?
No,
So we're
not
always
everybody.
in an evolutionary process.
People, not everybody is on their evolutionary path. There are people who get on it and then they reach a certain state and then they're happy. They said, okay, I have what I have, I am content. And you, BJ, was saying earlier, you know, you're happy with where you are and that's it. You know, you're good. You're happy. You've got everything that you need. And
but I still have to evolve. I'm still moving. I'm still changing. I still have to learn. I still have to.
You're not accumulating $1 billion a day.
Okay. So you're okay with never being satisfied?
Some people truly are. They're happy with never being satisfied. And that
Sorry. Go ahead. Honestly, because this is a good conversation. Because I'll tell you why. Because this begs the question: what is the meaning of life? For me, I believe that life is when you can express yourself perfectly, not just with your voice or not just marching in the street when you're upset with something, but when you can actually critically think about it and engage with it. I believe that's like what life is supposed to be about. Because humans, if you think about it, what are we here for? If let's say we never had to work. If we never had to work, some of us will never find our purpose, because work has become our purpose now.
But even on the opposite side, what about all those people who never work, but yet they are able to create an event and develop and create things?
But most of these people, okay, repeat that question again. Hello?
Tanzan?
No, I thought BJ asked a question.
BJ was you. Yeah, BJ.
Yeah.
No. I was just saying, well, what about those people who don't work, but yet they have the freedom to create and develop and invent things?
You mean
because they have that freedom?
True, exactly. But the freedom to do what? I'm telling you, I sell cars, right? But one of the most, like, one of the things that I value more than even selling the cars is the time that I get to be by myself. Because most of Triangle that I've advanced on ever since I started talking on Swahili Nation, I did that at work because I had time.
Yep.
So not on, like, that's the most important thing for human beings, to have time to actually sit down and think about whatever problems we are having around us, and think about what raw materials are, what human resources we have around us to solve this problem. I believe that's what we're supposed to live for, especially Black people, because we're not treated the same here. We have to admit it. Like, we're not treated the same on this earth, because I mean, we don't have to go through the whole thing again. Which means if they're not treating us the same like how they treat everyone else, we have to dig into ourselves and see what kind of solutions we can come up with for the problems that we have, using the tools that we have right now. Not just going back in history and seeing what people do in history, but also looking at the tools that you got right now. Because I always have to go back to Marcus Garvey. This was 100 and something years ago he did what he did. So if we even gonna attempt to do that again, we can't use the same tools that he used. I mean, we can use the same tools that he used, but we have to use what other tools we have here right now. You guys heard me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And Pai's he put in the and greetings, Pai. Habari. Yes.
Oh, is that him?
yeah, that's him. You always know him with, Yeah, he goes by several, but that's Pai. Good old Pai, Chairman Pai in the house. He mentions triangle. Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to that. That would be a good, refreshing thing, to get away from the regular platforms and do a lot more with our people and connect. And yeah, so we'll definitely support and come on board. He also said look forward to seeing it up and running so you can hire your own program. Yeah, definitely. And that is also going to provide employment for people. It's going to provide a model for people to look up to. It's going to provide a platform that we can actually do work outside of the regular streams and so on. So as much as we use their tools, we should be using their tools to develop our own. We shouldn't just be expecting that oh, this is always going to be here and taking it for granted. What is given to you for free can always be taken away. So it's once it's our own, that's when we'll really have that freedom, because right now we have freedom but on very restricted terms.
Limited freedom. But thank you, Pai. Thank you, man. I'm glad that a lot of you keeping this in your mind, because that means a lot to me. It helps me, even though I'm going through some challenges and so on, to keep pushing at it. You know what I wish I had? I wish I knew somebody that knew people that were studying computer science and those things in any universities, African people in any university, even over Africa, in Europe. We can work together because we have internet connection. We don't even have to meet each other at first. We just have to meet each other in person at first. If I had someone that knew like anybody, any dean or something that was overseeing a university.
Put your email in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I can ask around. You're in where are you now? Are you in
right now? I'm in Canada. I'm 2 hours from Toronto.
Okay. All right. I'll see if I can connect with a few people from from back home. But
you want me to put my email in the chat? You said.
Yeah, put it in the back chat, and then we'll talk about it. But yeah, definitely there should be a team of our people who can get together, who can source for work, who can work on projects, because a lot of these things that we see, even these these games, those video games, they're not made by one person. It's usually a big team of people. Sometimes, even movies are not made by one person. You think Steven Spielberg, there's like hundreds, sometimes even thousands of people making these things, and people work as a team. We're good, individually, but in this world that we live in, there is no more individualism. There's no project that you as a person can complete by yourself. I don't care if you're Superman. Yeah.
and that type of behavior is not for us either. Like that individualistic behavior. That haven't gotten Europe anywhere. Look at where you gotten them now with Russia.
Yeah.
So it even comes down to an individual level as well, even up to that macro level, but also on the micro level, we can't even think like that anymore, because if we don't do something about this problem that we're seeing here, then we can remain living in cognitive dissidence. But that's a hard way to live. That's a hard way to live when you have to watch your reality in front of your eyes, and then you have to go out in the world and act like everything is cool. Everything is not cool. That's how I see it. Everything is not cool. Not until everyone else take a backseat when it comes to African issues, and we're not even going to ask them to take a backseat anyway. We're going to step up in the front seat. Yes. And that's, I think, until that happens, until we get back what is ours, is not cool. And I don't care who's living in this capitalist system and having a good time and enjoying the fruits of their labor and all those things. We don't care about that. Unless the bottom of our people can't get what is theirs, then it's not over and it's not cool.
Yeah. So, this idea of people going it out by themselves is just not practical, because even in science and engineering, what is the first thing that you learn how to do? You learn how to work in teams. When you take biology classes, the first thing is you get a partner. When you do experiments, you write it up, you have someone peer review it. So there's nothing, there's nowhere that somebody is going to do everything by themselves. And unfortunately, sometimes we find ourselves, alone. We find ourselves, the only person with a passion. And you think that, oh, let me just go at it. And unfortunately, we end up spending so much of ourselves, and we don't really, finish it as quickly as we could with other people. Let's say you have an idea, but you're good at coming up with the idea, but you're not so good at marketing. We should, that person should connect with a marketer, or somebody who can sell the idea, somebody who's good with talking to people or networking and things like that. That person should team up with somebody who can create a logo or a graphic image or things like that. Somebody should create with a social network person. It could be one person in one, or it could be 3 or 4 different people. But either way, one person is not going to embody all those, both invention, business acumen, marketing and selling, packaging and the logistics. That's just impossible. We're asking, for superhuman strength from, humans. So I think that sometimes it's also a sign of strength to be able to acknowledge our weaknesses, to be able to see what we can do and where we need help with. And having said that, Neo Impact is about to lose his bet to 3%. Shame, I won't shame you, but 3%. And Brother Bakari is in the house. Okay, he says hi to me. Gas the mouth. Where are you getting that one from? Peace to you. Amani to Brother Bakari. Amani kila mtu. Thank you for joining. So, yeah, that's one of the things that it takes a certain hubris, a certain humility to acknowledge that there might be some things that we might need help on. There may be some areas that we're good at and other things that we're not so great at. So even when you're talking about, what is good with Africa, it's also what is good with us as a people. If you want to improve yourself as a person, yeah, you're going to acknowledge your weaknesses, but you're not going to spend the whole entire time just bashing yourself and telling yourself how bad and terrible you are. You're going to tell yourself, okay, I'm good at this, I'm not good at this, but I can do this if I give myself this much, So realistic. Yes. Yes, your thought?
I mean, the thing is, you guys, by the grace of God, you still are unified in, like you were mentioning, if you have the skills, in biology, you team up with a partner. Here, it's not so much. America has been founded on individualism. So even if you're on a team, you're still competing to be that individual. So to find real teamwork is not, unless you create your own businesses and your people and you've done it that way. It's hard. It's really hard in America to have that concept. I don't know if they're trying to now push that over to the continent and stuff like that. And I'm not sure if it's like that in Jamaica as well.
Yes, I don't know exactly, but I think that the idea of working with people is something that we can achieve even on a small scale. I think, even if you start a business, instead of saying, one person, you can start by yourself. And then in time, you can, incorporate like a partner or 1 or 2 people or family members or things like that. So it doesn't have to be, everybody, doing something. You just have to start with 1 or 2 people that you trust and go from there. But I definitely think that we have to come into the mindset that you're not going to do anything alone, even if it's business. You look at even successful businesses from, the small Indian shopkeepers to, the big family corporations, although the family corporations usually get into foreign after this 3rd generation. The 1st generation builds it, the 2nd generation maybe tries to uphold it, and then the 3rd generation squashes it all away. But in any case, family corporations are usually more successful than individual ones, and eventually get passed to like a board group. But to start with, it usually takes 2 people or a partnership, 2 people working together, and usually they play on different strengths. One person could be good, let's say if you're running a restaurant, one person could be good, in front of the, screens and so on and talking to people. The other person could be good at, the paperwork and, all that other boring stuff. So, strengths play on each other. Sometimes it could be people who, you know, are married, or, you know, it could be friends, it could be people who went to college. But having a relationship for business, you know, it's important. Oh, people are saying that there's some technical issues. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, Neo Impacts is saying that it keeps going off. Okay, I am not sure what's going on.
Because in here we could hear everybody okay, but did you want to restart it?
Huh. Okay, let's see. Let me try to move my device. Maybe it's where I am. Okay, let me know, Neo Impacts, if it makes any difference. Is it still going off? Okay, well, Focused is saying that he can hear us just fine. But Neo Impacts is saying that it, okay. Oh, okay, Brother Bakari says that he can hear.
So maybe Neo needs to restart his.
Yeah, I think Neo, it might be just yours, because we can hear, Brother Bakari can hear, Focus can hear, so yeah, it may be just you. Sorry. You know, when they say people, is it just me? Oh, okay, and Pike, okay, so it is unanimous. Neo Impacts, it is you or your Wi-Fi. So you can try and see if you can restart. Okay, your grandma was wise. Okay, that's good. I hope your Wi-Fi also works. Okay, yeah. So
yeah, and I think the youth, you know, need to, you know, find that elder. You know, it doesn't even have to be a direct relative, but that elder who has knowledge and wisdom, and try to just sit up there and listen to some of the things they say. Because I know when I was growing up, I would always just listen to my grandmother's conversation when she was talking with my mother, whatever. And I know it wasn't directed to me, but it was those seeds that she was planting in me that I understood why she did things the way she did, or why things were the way. And you know, because again, as children, we had to be quiet around the adults. And I think it's important because you begin to learn and to listen and to hear and to see how they navigate. And those are the examples we should use. So by the time, you know, the kids became teenagers, that's when those like 20 and 30-year-olds then come and try to grab the teenagers to get to do nefarious stuff. Because they were, you know, if they didn't have that in their homes, they were looking for somebody to, you know, follow. And that's what those 20 and 30-year-olds knew, that they knew that the teenagers were, you know, they were trusting and open, and they were easy targets. But if you had those elders in your life, you knew, oh, no, this dude, he's up to something. No, I ain't trusting none of what he got to say, because my granny or my mama or my dad or my grandpa taught me. And they were able to, you know, navigate around some of those situations. But those other kids who were looking for a mentor, you know, thinking, you know, this person, I could trust them and they cool and, you know, what they doing is fun, wind up being the ones, and it's mostly the innocent ones and the trusting ones who wind up paying the price for everything. Because the cool dudes, they know how to navigate themselves in and out of trouble.
Yes. Did you have a granny who used to share tobacco with the rest of the village people?
It was funny because my grandmother and my mother.
My grandmother didn't drink. Sharing grandma.
But my grandma she'll start smoking when she felt like it, and then all of a sudden years later she stopped, and then she might start up. And the same thing with my mother. Okay, they'll go through the habit, and then they're like, yeah, I don't like this no more. So, but
wow. Okay, how about you, Ridge?
Sorry, guys, I was dealing with someone.
It's definitely you this time. Definitely you.
The question.
Okay, we can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I said, I was dealing with someone. Sorry. What was the question?
Oh, no, it's okay.
No,
about your grandma. Did your grandma also like to share tobacco with the village people?
Tobacco, no. My grandma never smoked. No, but she yeah, definitely she will share her history with us and everything. But back home is a little bit different. I grew up in the Caribbean, a small island, so like we had to listen to our grandparents. Like we had to do everything they say, man. They didn't ask no questions, man. Only when we got older.
You say it once.
Older.
And don't you dare look at them sideways.
I know, man. That's the worst thing you can do, man.
See, my grandmother, she was the type, she didn't hit. But sometimes you prayed that she would, because she was like relentless. So 5 months, 5 years, 10 years later, she would tell you about what you did. And it's like, oh, Grandma, can you stop? Can you just stop? So we just didn't want, we don't want to hear Grandma yelling. We don't want to hear Mom. Just do what we got to do.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we used to. I'll tell you one thing. My mother used to do. It's not something that our mothers do back in the Caribbean, but I know a lot of mothers do it. But what she used to do is that she used to every Friday night. I used to be so angry because she used to invite all of my friends in the village to come to our living room to have worship. All my friends used to come to my living room to have worship every Friday night. So it's always a community thing back home in the Caribbean. I'm sure it's the same way in Africa too.
Yes.
But yeah.
Oh, whoa! You know what? This is so incredibly cool. We're representing the 3 continents right here.
What's that? Caribbean, America, and Africa?
Yeah.
Wow.
Diaspora.
This is the real triangle here. This is the triangle that I'm trying to complete.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed. Sorry, go ahead. So should invite everybody to the like a worship service?
Yeah, every Friday night, because we used to go at this time. We used to go to church on Saturdays, but every Friday night she will invite all of my high school friends to my living room. I will be there with tambourines, singing all type of things and so on.
Oh, cool!
And for me, like as a young boy, I used to be so mad because I'm like, I don't want my friends in my living room having church, right?
Right. Everybody will call you a square. Like, man, we did this over his house. His grandma came out with these.
I the opposite. I thought that the people who had the worship and service at their house, you have all your friends over. You're the cool one, and okay. Anyway, but
I mean, I was a cool one still, but I mean, it was so like strange to me, but my mother used to do that all the time. But now I realize, like, when you grow up, you realize, oh, okay, so this is what community is about. Because they don't tell us anything about those things. Those things are what we learn on our own. They don't have any communities of themselves. So how are you gonna see a community in a movie show with people that look like you?
Yeah. Right. And again, in the 80s when they dropped all the drugs into that's what they wanted to destroy. That connection with your grandma, that they knew that the women and the men were reaching out trying to guide the children. And then they came and they paid off the churches to say, this is what you're going to preach to your congregation. And knowing that religion and the Lord and Jesus and the Creator and Yah and Jehovah is the most important thing for us and always has been. And we don't want to do nothing to not please them. So now we're going down a whole different tangent. Based upon what the ministers been paid off to say. Yeah, they knew what they were doing, and now we got this situation where 19-year-olds run up and down the street with guns, killing everybody. But just because I want to, I'm free.
Even my cousin was telling me about that the other day. Like, he's living back home right now, and he was telling me, like, man, I'm seeing all kind of scary ass stories up there. Oops, sorry. He was saying,
oh no, you're okay.
He was saying, I'm seeing all kind of scary things going on up there, man. Just stay out of these people's way, because these people are walking into kindergartens and killing people and all type of shit.
What?
Oh yeah, in America, man. Ask BJ, she knows.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
It happened very close to home.
Yeah, but
In kindergartens, though, I knew of that one a long time ago, but
no. This is like
but
every
it's not.
week.
Yeah, exactly. Not a one-time thing, you know.
yeah.
It's
No,
a
and it's
constant
not
thing.
because of I'm poor and hungry. I need to do this
No
to
way.
feed my family. It's not, oh, we got beef with the other dudes on the other block. No, this is not, I'm just doing this because I got to protect my family because somebody's breaking it. This is just someone deciding, well, I think today's the day I'm going to take my gun out
Yeah,
and just kill people. Just
yeah,
anybody. If I see
yeah.
somebody, I'm just going to shoot them or kill them.
And then when they're done, they kill themselves. So they don't even get no
No,
justice. No
no,
one gets no justice. Nothing.
no.
No one gets no explanation. Nothing.
No, it's not domestic violence. It's not drive by somebody done by accident. No, I just think today I'm going to scout the area of the people I want to take out.
Yeah, you know,
If I
people
just
that
see
can.
if they just out there, I'm just gonna just kill them.
People that can't defend themselves.
Yeah. Oh, and won't see it coming.
Yeah.
You just going by your day to day. I'm watering my grass at the wrong time of the day, and
I saw this guy, this black guy
at my own house.
This black guy just
I'm
walked
sitting
in
at the bus stop, trying to get to work, a job that I hate.
Yeah, I at the corner store trying to buy something to drink. I saw this guy on Facebook Live. That was the latest one actually, happened a couple of days ago on Facebook Live. He just walked into a corner store and just shooting people.
Yeah.
He walked back out, jumped back in his car, went to another corner store and just shooting people.
Yeah.
This is insane.
And I knew the person. They said that they live right down the street from that store. And if they happened to have been home, that could have been them. And me just talking to that person and seeing the fear in their eyes, it was so sad because I just dealt with the same thing. That luckily I'm not an early morning person, so it wouldn't have been me. But what if I had been?
Yeah. Man, they're
literally just walking down the street, just pulling out, walking to the supermarkets, just walking to the churches, just.
Yeah, you know what? I realized, like, capitalism is a serious virus in this earth, man. I'm telling you guys, like, if we don't contend with this thing is gonna consume us, like, fully. And it's been working for years too. Because a reason why I said that is because
who now?
Huh?
Who?
I said capitalism.
Oh, capitalism. Yes.
Because think about it. Children don't born thinking that when I'm 19, I'm gonna shoot somebody in a store just because I feel like it. They're learning these things through video games that these
Fortnite,
people make money from.
All these other something is.
No. I'll have to debunk that one, the whole video game theory, because video games is simply, there was violence before there was video games.
Yes.
Before that there was music.
But it's the level in these that is more interactive, that you go in and you're creating this imaginary world. Before you knew it was a game. Yes, now they're making you a part of the game.
Imagine all those serial killers. In fact, right now there's not as many serial killers as before, partially because they're easier to get found out because of DNA and all. But in the 50s, 60s, and before that, there were serial killers abound. People who kill like in the hundreds, 30s, 20s.
So,
yeah. So,
yes, but those who were sociopaths, now they're creating sociopaths by the masses.
No, they're just enhancing. They're just bringing them out. Those people always exist. They just know what to.
But you see, no, it's not just that, guys. The thing is that it's also the fact that you see, I believe back then when people were serial killers, they felt like they got possessed with a demon or some shit and felt like they can get away with killing people. But now people are being possessed at a younger age, and people are being possessed more rapidly. They have so many ways that you can have a gun in your hand without having a gun in your hand these days. You can have it to virtual reality. You can have it to PlayStation.
And then you can say people always had guns in their houses. You could say the same thing, Tanzan, but the thing is now it's at another level that people feel comfortable
Yes, it's too much now, man. It's too much now. Too much. I think you know what I think happened in America. People are getting information overload and they're chipping out. They're just chipping out and doing all type of crap because
Yeah.
they don't know how to handle the information that is around them. And one point, somebody telling you that this is the best economy I ever had. But when you go home, you have some people have to go look their children in the eye, not knowing what they're gonna do tomorrow. Like, how do you live with that kind of
But
cognitive
no, but
dissonance?
architect, the other thing people don't realize about America is founded on violence.
Yes. Oh,
And
yeah, yeah,
because
it's
it's
true.
always been founded on violence, I'm not surprised about anything that's going on now because what happens over time? I gotta up the ante. I gotta up the ante. I gotta
Yeah,
make it. Oh, they doing this. Well, I gotta up. I gotta do that because
yeah,
that's old school. I gotta do it a different way. Oh,
yeah,
now bang bang with a 22. I gotta get me a Glock. Oh no, Glock ain't good. Let me get the AK-47. No. Let me get AR-15. No, let me up it, make it more. And our society glorifies all that.
yeah.
It's
Exactly,
it's not
exactly.
even now. It's in the movies. No, it's in their DNA.
Hmm.
It's probably
Hmm.
always been there, but now it's like, okay, that's cool. Now what can I do?
And but not only like that too is like these. I don't know, man. I see all these things stemming from capitalism because if people couldn't make money from making
Yeah.
these kind of games and those things, they wouldn't have made it.
Well, no,
Like
but it's not even about making money. It's programming. It's not done by accident. It's programming.
exactly.
Just like when the
Hmm.
drugs was dropped off in the neighborhoods in the
Hmm.
80s, it was done on purpose.
Hmm.
The school to prison pipeline was done on purpose. They want this to happen, and now it's gone mainstream.
Hmm.
And the thing about what's going on now, it could be anytime, any place, anywhere. It's not like, okay, you can't just walk these blocks in LA because, this Crips and Blood. No, we don't know where the Crip and the Blood is nowadays. We don't know if they're going to have on a business suit or if they're going to have on a hood. We don't know. I mean, they just last week it was up on a reservation. I'm like, on a reservation, they just went up there and started shooting. Wait, what? The people on the
Wow.
reservations don't bother nobody.
Exactly. Like I had this one of my coworkers recently. So I just bought a new pair of shoes. He's coming to tell me, you know what? If you don't have four pair of shoes to rotate, if you don't have four pair brand new shoes to rotate, you're gonna waste your money on your shoes. I'm like, what kind of I was like, what kind of nonsense is this grown ass man telling me today? Talking about I need four pair of shoes in order to rotate them properly. Man, our concerns over here, people over here, especially our own African people, most of them are so delusional.
Yeah, because they kind of
Everything.
condition you. Because then the next girl gonna tell, or the next guy, yeah, he right because he said 4 pairs. No, I gotta be 6 pairs. And what is that? But capitalism. Now they're forcing you to buy 4 pairs, like over here with the Jordans.
Yeah,
Started
like
back in probably the late 80s, 90s. $200 pair of gym shoes. Who got $200 for a pair? And if anybody ain't got any common sense, I wouldn't buy a Nike as far as a shoe anyway. There's a worse made pair of shoes. You can't even try to play a sports in a pair of those, and you will be
oh my
in
god.
ER for breaking something.
Yeah, they're not
But I'm
made for
gonna pay
that
two,
stuff.
3, 4, 5. No, this brand. No, that's the old version. No, we need the new. And it's conditioning you
Yeah.
to make somebody else, to make Tanzania a billionaire. That's what we're doing with this.
Look, I'm going to take my billions and I'm going to do a billion lots of goods with it. So don't you worry about my billions. Just keep buying.
Well, hopefully you're in control of your billions, because these people over here don't even control their billions. They give their
Just
billions to
keep buying the
somebody else,
Jordans.
and they tell them what they can and cannot do with it.
You know what? You know what? Let them keep their billions with that that uh I don't even want to say the word. I might sound bad. But anyway, let them keep their billions with them people face on it. We don't want to see them people face anymore.
No. A piece of paper that has no value.
Exactly. We can do our own thing. We can, if they can make a currency and say they value it this way and that way and that way, okay, so we can do the same thing too. Who give them the power to do that? And the rest people of the world don't have that power. So what? We must be subjugated all the time. I mean, this morning I woke up, I saw 119,000 people watching this guy who called himself King Charles be crowned king. Like, what is he doing? Does he still think that, like, this is like 1880 something or something like this? Like, what's wrong with this guy? This guy gonna get himself in trouble talking about he being crowned like that after so many people who are descendants of colonial subjects look at these people and like, what? You mean you have us in this state and you're still over here, the queen died and you're still over here talking about your crowning yourself?
Yeah.
They don't have no power. They don't have no power.
And you know what this stuff is? And I own you. And own everything you have.
Exactly. They don't have no power. And what this is an image that they're putting out in the world as if like they still have power. Like we're still in charge, guys.
Yep. And now they're trying to convince you, oh yes, he's right. Yeah.
Exactly. Like we're still in charge, guys. The queen died, but there ain't nothing changed here, okay?
Okay. Different day, same story.
Yes, man. But man, God is on our side. I'm telling you, God is on our side.
Yes, see, and that's what people have to wake up and see. This is a new day.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to decide which side of the fence you want to live on. Do you want to continue to feed into the system that we have? Do you feel the system that we're currently in is the best and the greatest and everything is right in it? Then you have that choice, or you could do something different.
Yeah, we have Africa, guys. We have Africa. They have nothing but Iceland.
Yeah.
They don't even have tea. They had to go start war with China over tea.
Wait, what are you talking about? War with China? They're getting their tea from Africa. We thought the tea was coming from China and find out the huge chunk of it is over there in Africa that they're grabbing us from.
Yes, but remember they can't the appetite is way too big. See, one place conquering one place wasn't enough for them. They wanted an empire at the sun don't set on. So they went.
Yep.
So they went to China. Remember, you guys know about the Chinese what the Chinese call the 100 years of humiliation.
And how they dumped the opium over there to make them drug addicts. So they could easily
because they wanted the tea. They wanted tea. They wanted to give the Chinese tea for opium, and the Chinese said no. And they went over and fought a war with them and colonized them.
Yep.
For what the Chinese call 100 years of humiliation.
Yep.
So I said that all to say, what I'm trying to say is we have fertile soil, brethren. We have fertile soil. Africans probably have the last...
Before you go too far, Rich, this is an important point that you raise. And this is something I always say, that we as a people and as individuals, we have to be realistic with our strengths. Don't beat yourself over too much. Say, oh, it's doomed. We're defeated. We're this. That's a stupid mentality to go, even if you're going to fight a bigger team, you're not going to tell yourself you're going to lose. That's the first thing. The second thing is to be realistic about our weaknesses. They looked at themselves and said, we were humiliated. They didn't try to cover it up. They didn't try to forget it. They didn't try to get over it. They didn't try to, let's just move on. It's post, humiliation, era and all that. They looked at it and they actually confronted it face to face and said, we have to look at it. Everybody has done that, even the Jews with the Holocaust. Whatever you make of it, you still have to look at it and actually come to terms. I don't think we have come to terms with our history as Black people, as Africans. We celebrate, the independence, but we know that it was not full independence. We don't even honor our heroes. If we really felt that we were, we won, we would have been celebrating in the street every day, about our heroes. So we know we didn't, but we're still just going about just pretending that everything is okay because we don't want to really look at the deep. And it is deep for us. Nobody has gone through what we have gone through, and it's going to take a lot of pain, suffering, tears to actually confront that. But we have to, if we're going to move forward, we have to, say that we were humiliated, we lost, we were defeated in this war. But that's not to say that it's a permanent thing. We were always a great people, and we can be great again. But if we,
and that you did not go down without a fight.
exactly,
And we have to
Exactly.
decolonize our mind and stop letting somebody else write our story.
yeah,
And
we're
write
not all,
and put us into it.
all coming to us, to be defeated. We fought and we still fight, and this continued. So that's also another important thing to say, because that is also missing in the history books. He said, oh, they were just taken, they just accepted, and they were happy, and they stayed there. And then, 60 years later, we'll give them their independence through this man Lincoln. And then 100 years later, we give them their freedom through this, non-Pacific, this pacifist.
Yeah, like we were in America, you guys were in the Caribbean, you were sitting over in Africa in trees, just sitting in trees doing nothing. And then they just shook the trees down and then say, hey, y'all want to go on a boat ride?
Yep.
Okay, we ain't got nothing else
Don't forget,
to do. We just in the trees.
Reggie, don't forget how ridiculous they was. They even named the ship Jesus. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, these people are insane. I'm telling you.
And that picture is of Jesus, Bulgaria. Well, my pronunciation is probably off. That was what, Da Vinci's boyfriend, that we all sitting up there worshiping, blonde, really, in the deepest, darkest.
The picture, yeah. Man, this is why I love Ethiopian churches so much. I have never walked into a church or somebody's house and see all black images of people who with power. There's been years, like I don't think I've ever seen that in my entire life. So that's why I love that church so much. I mean, I never been to the church, but I see images and so on and videos, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. Like there's actually a Black Mary and child on the wall.
Yeah, it's and I guess I was sort of blessed being raised by the wonderful women I were. We never had the picture on our walls, and the only thing we did have was the Purple Heart. We talked about the Purple Heart, and that was it. My grandmother was not into going into churches, so she's like, I know how to read. She read her own Bible, but she taught us the word.
Good.
And that's why I've always been lyric, because I'm always like, two things I don't play with. I don't play with God's words, and I don't play with the government, because he's gonna get his money one kind of way or another. So it's not even worth trying to play with him. And everything else, is up for interpretation.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that a lot of things that they have us, man, Brethren, one thing we have to do, we have to set our own global agendas.
Yes.
Because one thing I realized they have us doing is from one thing to the next. They have us studying about one irrelevant thing to the next irrelevant thing to the next irrelevant thing. And it's not that it's irrelevant to everyone. It's just irrelevant to us.
Right.
But we haven't really we haven't really solidified our spot here yet.
I mean, and it could be just as simple to find 3 things that we can be united on.
Exactly.
And don't put, and religion ain't on the list, and politics ain't on the list. So then if you take those 2 off the list, you got 2 big things you don't even have to fight about.
Money.
Well, we already know you're trying to recruit your minions, Tanzan.
No,
so we got Tanzan got number 1, money. Okay.
Yep.
No, the three things that I think, the 3 things that I always say and that I think that we need to unite on is that, because these things are undeniable and they're facts. Is 1, we need our land back.
Yes.
All of it.
Yes.
Every square inch. We're not gonna normalize this insanity of having Africa being 54 or 55 countries anymore. This is insanity.
Yeah.
You got people fighting over borders.
Because there's 54 countries that don't even belong to you. It's different if it was 54 countries that were yours. Exactly. 54 countries, and you writing a check every day to give to somebody else.
So that's 1. Facts undeniable. Second one is we want our needs met with what God gave us here.
Yes.
God gave us uranium. God gave us land. God gave us snow. God gave us sun. God gave us soil. God gave us sea. God gave us people. We have everything we need. We want our needs met with what is ours now. We don't want. I hate every time I see a Western person online talking about how smart they are because they're rich. It just reminds me of all of the resources that they're just sucking from all over the world. And one of the destinations, one of the perfect destinations is Africa, because they know no one's looking over Africa. No one's looking over it. There's not even such a thing as African skies. Everybody's flying over whenever they want.
Yeah.
Everybody digging up whenever they want. Everybody coming. Like I heard of this incident with this Ethiopian girl. Told me that she went to some bar in Addis Ababa, and two Italian guys just sent somebody over there and asked them if, to tell them they want to buy them. I'm like, what? Yeah, I'm like, whoa. Is that what happening over there? No wonder they call in Gambia a sex tourist attraction now. This is what's happening there. It's like scavengers, brethren. Scavengers. These are scavengers we're dealing with. Like lobsters in the bottom of the ocean, just.
But here's the thing,
and you know what? And probably in their mind, they probably feel like, well, at least in the past we used to just take y'all. Now at least we're gonna offer you some money.
I'll just sit and listen. But DJ, Ridge, here's the thing though. It's not just with the men. Sometimes we think that it's they're not just with the women. Do you know what old ugly used up faced ladies go to do in the Caribbean, in Jamaica,
yes,
in Africa,
yes, exactly.
Gambia, everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. Everywhere our people are, it's just the same type of patterns I'm seeing. Like, it's crazy. So that got to done with. We need our needs met with what we have. And like, I even told the girl when she told me that, the Ethiopian girl, I even told her, we need a whole organization of African women that just bait these guys. And then when they bait them, we throw them in prison. Let them spend some time in there, think about what they're doing.
Yep.
And then you send them back home after and you ban them from this place.
Yep. That's exactly what needs to happen.
I like the way you think. Use the women,
Yes, exactly.
Instead of let the women get used, use the women.
Exactly.
To get them.
Because I this is like Virgin.
That's why I like Caribbean folk. They're practical. They're like just.
But I was gonna say
they're like the Russians of our race. Russians don't talk a lot. They just say, go to take the things. You're there. They just cut to the chase. They don't like to talk as much. They just let's do this and it's getting done. The Americans will be blustering. The British will be trying to explain. The French will be philosophizing. Russian just let's do this. Yes, let's do this.
Yeah. Keep it simple.
Yeah,
keep it simple.
Yeah. One thing that before I get back to my point, because I have one more thing that we can all agree to. That is undeniable again. But now you're talking about the Russians. I saw them ask Putin what he's gonna do if NATO puts troops on some kind of border, something. Putin just said it simple. He was like, you know what? We're gonna mirror their moves. That's all. That's all he said. He said we're gonna mirror their moves. He didn't even go into an argument.
Yeah.
He didn't shout.
Just shout nothing. The point. No argument, no high emotion. Just say it as it is and leave it as it is. That's it.
Exactly. He just said we are mirroring their moves. But also, this is why I'm trying to build Triangle so fast, because with the internet and everything and how Africa is rising so fast, we can even hire women. We can hire women to do these things, guys.
Yeah.
Hire women to go into these bars in Addis Ababa and in Tanzania and in Gambia and just let them sit there. Just sit there and see who's gonna try to buy you. Because that's it. All
right, this one then now you're going up anti-Russian. Now we have each other's. We can speak on this later. But yeah, the
Sorry, what did you say?
I said we don't need to go into too many details. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we're going to connect. We have the the other ways of connecting. So yeah. Yeah, but we
But
got
also my one last thing is that peace. We need peace now. We can't be living like this anymore. We can't be
We
living.
can't keep looking at each other as you're my enemy. No, Tanzania, you're my enemy. No, which you're my enemy.
Yes.
No, we need to stop that. Put, like they said in the Bible, take the guns and melt them down and turn them into plowshares. We
Yes.
need to start building more than
Exactly.
fighting.
Exactly. So that's like three things. We need our land back. We need our needs met with what God gave us, and we need peace. That's all we need. Anybody who opposed to these things are our enemies. We don't have nothing to say with them, nothing to say to them. We just watch them.
And keep repeating it over and over again. Every time anyone says something, just say those three words: peace, land,
and our needs met with what is ours.
Yep.
And that was my three things, guys.
Yep.
And watch them. I like that one too. Watch them. Always watch them. Don't forget, because they're watching you.
Exactly.
So you gotta study them like they study you.
Exactly, and that's how you're engaging. And we also have to study ourselves.
Yeah.
Because we need to know how our people behave and react to certain things. We don't know each other like that as a group.
But again, the thing about what you said was study ourselves. All of us have gone through the same thing, different ways, same thing. So we're not that different. Let's stop all these categories. I guess, like even with last week's conversation, I get frustrated when we keep trying to divide and come up with these different categories to say the same thing. It's not that complicated.
Exactly. Like, I can't believe, there are times when I sit down and I think about it and I say, I can't believe since 1880 something, these people put down these borders, and these African countries, they have their independence, they say, and these borders are still there. But then I think about it, and I say, you know what, we shouldn't be so hard on a lot of these African leaders, because as soon as they try to move to do something for their people, they kill them.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. That's what's happening in Africa, and no one knows. Everyone thinking in Africa, oh, look at
or like what's going on now in Somalia. All of a sudden, we're over there fighting again.
Point, Ridge, because the reason why I said that I touch on today's subject is what's good, is because so many times we only think about what's bad. We talk about what's bad, which that's okay. That's being realistic. But I mean that's being to realistic to some extent, but realism also includes good and bad. There's nobody who's purely good. There's nobody who's purely bad. There's no situation that's extremely dire. It's nothing that, there's no extremes. So we blame our leaders. Oh, our leaders are this and that. Our people are this and that. Our people are stupid. Our leaders are dumb. We go on and on and on.
And keep running in circles instead of moving one step forward. Because if you keep...
But on top of that, we also forget the things that we did. We also throw away the sacrifices that people made for us. Those are people who tried to do something. Firstly,
but again, that was the first step.
Let me finish. Firstly, the sacrifice that many of them made, they sacrificed with their lives. There's no greater sacrifice than that. Sankara, and the other thing is that they were betrayed by our own people. So we also have to not only accept that we were humiliated in the war, but that we also did this to ourselves. There are also some things that we did to ourselves. There was a trial when Samori Toure was having a post-independence, almost like a Truth and Reconciliation Committee, their version of it. And he asked, what are we going to do with the traitors? And his answer was, forgive them. And the traitors that he forgave ended up the ones who betrayed him. And the same thing happens with so many of our own people. There is that outside, people who are trying to get inside, but there are also people inside who are willing to be gotten. So and also look at that, rot inside us. That is also going to keep spreading and spreading if we don't, curtail it. If we don't look at ourselves and say, look, we were humiliated, but at the same time, there are some people, some of us who continue that self-humiliation and they inflict and infect the rest of us with it. So when it comes to that, we also have to look at ourselves and say, we don't tolerate, certain things. We don't tolerate people who want to destroy our communities, who want to destroy our families, especially those who want to destroy our children. That is something that is not negotiable. That is not something that we tolerate. If that happens, whether that person is your friend, your sister, your brother, that is not allowed. The life of a child should be above and everything, more than the freedom, the whatever of a grown person. That's something that we should all agree on. If we're going to agree on something, at least let us agree on protecting our children. If anything, if we can't agree on being, together, on being unified, on being this and whatever, can we just agree that we want to protect our children from these predators that are everywhere? Our children are at a risk in Africa, these NGO pedophiles who are just going around, doing things to people, these UN, combatants who are just going in and kidnapping women and doing things to them. This, UN people in Haiti who are kidnapping children and transporting them. Nobody's talking about that. Why? Because it's happening to Black people. If it was so if we're really serious, we can argue about everything, but I think every person, every political bent, every religious person, every atheist, every person can agree that at least our mission as Black people should be protect every single African child. That is why I put that picture, so that you can see that happiness that African children, every single African child deserves. Every Black child deserves to be happy, not to be hounded, not to be thought of as a murderer, as a future twackers, whatever. They deserve to be children just and more than any other child on earth. So if that, we can start from that and look at the happiness of the women. If we can put the happiness of our women far more than this whatever decrepit old person that was supposed to have completed her immortal journey a very long time ago. How she held on to life for this long, I do not know. That's why I tell you that this world is not as it is. But whatever, I want to see our people, and I want to see that happiness still radiating within ourselves. I want to see children who can still be happy and can still, but let's not protect them at their detriment. Let's not lie to them that the world is a happy place, and then they go out there and they discover the horror, the true horror that the world is. These children out there, and their children, they're starting early. You can see, those mothers teaching their children to say the N-word at 2-3 years old. As soon as they can speak, they start laughing at us, at our children, pulling their hair, doing all these things. Meanwhile, we're trying to protect our children until they're too old to really digest the full reality of it all. So let us love our children, but let us not protect them from reality.
True, but also, I was gonna say that I believe that that's why my new mindset now when it comes to Africa and seeing how Africa is, and seeing like all that they have done and everything, these people. My new mindset is that every time the Western world say an African leader is bad, we have to think that, man, that person is probably good. That person is probably good for us. It's bad for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is
that notion.
And the thing is that what you were saying, Tanzan and Rich, is so important, is that we often look at the enemy without, we have to hold accountable and constantly find the enemies within, because again, those children can be taken without somebody within who is assisting, because again, you're gonna easily know the enemy who's out because they're gonna look different than you. The ones who are within, they're gonna blend in and start grooming and assist the ones who are out. So it's the ones who are in who are the most dangerous. And we have to hold them accountable and let them know this is not acceptable.
And also,
and you're going to be held accountable and to the utmost extent to deter the others from trying to step in and take their place.
Exactly.
Because our children, like you said, are the utmost, precious commodity we have. Our women, our men. And the thing is that if we don't protect them, then they're going to go after the women. If we don't protect the women, then they're going to come after the men and leave you forever weakened and in fear. No, we don't tolerate that. And when we don't tolerate it, they will know. And again, unfortunately, it's going to cost. It may cost people their lives in order to do it, but it's going to be worth it in the long run because again, if we don't stop fighting it, it's going to keep happening. You know, if they want to come over on a boat and say this is what they're gonna do, no, you're not gonna get a visa to come in here and do whatever you want to do. No, we're not tolerating that. And also the ones who are in who are just, sugarcoating and turning a blind eye to what's going on, you're gonna hold you responsible for it too. Because then they can say, well, no, we can't do this because if we do, they're gonna hold us responsible for it. So and that gives us more power because they know if they try it, we're gonna hold them to the iron. That's how you stop it. Because again, it's not the enemy that's on the out that you gotta constantly keep your eyes on. You gotta keep the ones who are in. When your children come to you and say, and the ones who we should listen to the most is the children, because they know and see everything. When they come to you and say, hey, he's doing, who is the person? Come on, we need to go handle this. The children know, but see what happens a lot of times the children come and say, he's doing, and we're like, no, that's uncle or that's cousin or that's Bobby. He's good people. And this is what we're telling our kids. And we're like, the kids like, why go and say anything? Because they're not gonna believe us. We need to listen to them. And we need to protect them. And we need to protect our women, and we need to protect our men. That's our biggest weakness. We turn our eyes away and ignore what's going on.
You know what should happen, BJ, as well? As not just the people who do the actions, of course, they should be held, punished to the most extreme. I think that also the women who knowingly allow or let this happen and continue, they should also be held liable. It's
all of them. Absolutely, all of them.
Yeah, it's like
no one goes unpunished.
Yeah, because if
they do, then we keep perpetuating this.
Yeah, people get away with things because people are quiet, people don't want to hear, people don't want their uncomfortable truth, and they just,
enough is enough.
Yeah.
Enough is enough. It's time out. Yeah, it happened for X amount of years. Well, it stops now.
If you can't protect your this is the reason why, for me, even Black women talking about they're the most unprotected, do be quiet about that. Firstly, it's not Black women or Black men who are unprotected. They're both unprotected equally, because a Black man can be shot on the street, a Black woman can be, harassed and molested and even shot on the street. Same thing. So it's not that one is more protected than the other, and it's just playing, percentages. But the most unprotected section of the Black community are the Black children. They're unprotected when they go to school, when they have to interact with other children who are not the same race, and they have to wonder and figure out all these questions on their own. They're unprotected.
And they do that because that's how they begin the grooming.
Yes, I know.
Nobody gonna tell me, and I probably need to do more research because I don't do enough.
BJ, what I'm saying is this, that we Black people, this whole thing with the gender war nonsense, it's absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
The reason is this, that men and women are here arguing about who did what and who's to blame and blah, 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 and pointing fingers. Meanwhile, the children are looking at you like, what is going on? Can't you see that we're unfed? Can't you see that we're unhappy? Can't you see that can't you see that we're acting crazy? Can't we see we're going in crazy different ways? Meanwhile, you two are standing there blaming each other, like, oh, you did this, well, you did this, well, feminism, well, the benefit. Like, at this point, we should be ashamed of ourselves. We really should, as a people.
Yeah. Because they see, like, I don't want to be bothered with nobody who acts like this. So they already turned off.
They wonder why, you know, the young people don't respect the elders, you know, why you know, young women are just going off and doing all this stuff. Yeah, they don't care anymore. They don't care about your shame and your guilting and all of that stuff, because, you know, all you wanted to do was be proven right. All you wanted to do was be free and to live your life and all of that stuff. You were not worried about them, so why should they be worried about you?
Right. And all the kid needs to feel protected, loved, and cared for. It's just that simple. And then you bring the food and shelter behind it, they're good.
Yeah, like this is why this whole stuff just you know, makes me feel like, you know, we're not serious. How many discussions are there about, you know, how to raise children? How many discussions are there about how to protect, or how to deal with, you know, trauma, or how to deal with, you know, when you see your 14-year-old schoolmate, you know, being gunned down in the streets in front of you? How do you deal with, you know, going to juvenile and dealing with, you know, criminals and being away from? How do you deal with that? Where are the people who are dealing with that, you know, both the men and the women? How are we dealing with, you know, young women getting, you know, being predated by older men, or being left, you know, confused or childless? You know, some of these women become mothers at a very young age, before they're even able to you know, really make any kind of consent. And then everybody said, oh, you know, you are wrong to do this. But at that time, you know, she's already in that situation, so she might as well just go further into it. So why aren't we not talking about these things, instead of saying, you know, this whole, oh, you know, men, women nonsense?
Anyway. Because again, we are in analysis paralysis. That's our biggest problem. We're in analysis paralysis. We
like
sit and talk about the same thing over and over and over again, and do absolutely nothing to change the situation.
If the women are right, who wins? If the men are right, who, you know, do they win? Nobody wins. Nobody wins this argument, even if they prove that they are 100% correct.
And again, how many times do we have to argue about the same stuff? Okay, we done said it. Let's move on to a solution. What can we do to change it?
Architect away.
The architect is back, so he has all the answers. We're waiting.
You guys made me laugh. No, I think I was gonna say something about what you guys was saying before, but I don't even remember because my brother called me. I'll get it back. I'll get it back. Don't worry, I'll get it back. I think you guys were talking about we were talking about Africa and how these borders are still there, and the leaders and so on. But I remember what I was gonna tell you guys now. So also what I realized, we African people on this planet don't realize that they're the African court of public opinion. When something is about to happen in Africa, something big, like maybe they want to kill Gaddafi, they don't just go and do it. They put it out so that they can get your approval, your silent approval, our silent approval. That's why they put those things out in the movies. In the movies,
and also you got to remember, they don't stop. Because
it never stops.
When Gaddafi got assassinated, nobody talked about how many times they tried before. So we have to understand, these people are not going to stop.
No,
so we can't think because you won one battle, it's over. No, it's never over.
It's never over. And that's what I'm saying. So it's important that we defend the image of these African leaders, even if they're not doing the right thing that we want them to do. Because what's that gonna do if we don't, is that it's gonna open up ways for these Europeans to come in and kill them. And then they're gonna replace them with somebody who don't give a nothing about us. They're gonna replace them with people who taking the uranium and all the resources and shipping them out to Europe. That's who they're gonna replace them as. So I realize when you see African people start getting upset with African leaders, the Western world start looking at that. They start looking at it and they start looking at it and saying, how do we poke these people a little more so that they will just kill the leader, and then we can just
Can I please just jump in with a perfect example of that?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll be listening. My brother just came. I'll be listening.
Okay, Tezi, you got the power.
Yes.
Okay, because no, this one is not mine. I can't even take credit for it. This one was actually I have to give Oni from the pro-black perspective. He was actually reading from Nyerere's I think it was his speech to his people. Yeah, I'll have to get it. So what he was talking about was that Nyerere, when they studied Nyerere versus Nkrumah, they said that Nyerere, they could not get to him because his people loved him so much. He was a humble man. He was, a principled man. He lived by what he said, and he did not take advantage of his people. He lived the life that he, gave to his people. So he had so much, esteem from his people that there was no possibility. This is them, they were writing about him, that there was no possibility of him being overthrown because his people just had that much reverence and, respect and awe for him, not because he was some lavish, guy who just spent a lot of money, but because he was one of them. And not only did he back his actions, he was actually a very intelligent man who studied his people, his, the foreigners, and also what was good for them. He had a plan. He had, a plan of action. He had principles. So somebody who shows himself by his character is almost invincible. Like your character makes you invincible, but you also have to show your people. Your people are supposed to be your protection, not your weakness. So when we have people that we will go behind no matter what somebody else, in fact, they don't even have to be perfect, because you think that these other people worship perfect people? Do you think that Christopher Columbus was some kind of saint? Do you think that, Jefferson was some kind of, moral, being who we know what they did? You know, the people who talking about, equality for all people, and yet they are holding human beings as slaves. And these people are still on the coins that we give money to. These are the people that we trade back and forth. These are the dollars, the people on whose faces are on our money.
But you know what, Tanzan?
We worship their money, but we also worship their image, their history, and all these people in the textbooks. That's what the people are worshiping. So they worship imperfect, horrible, perverse, degenerate people, and yet us, even if somebody shows a bit of courage, we are quick to bring them down just because they had certain faults in them.
Yeah, and that's so important what you're saying, Tanzan, because we have to recognize that and do something to change that, because what they do the best, and a lot of people do not focus on it or call it out, is like how they're constantly putting Jefferson and constantly talking about colonization and constantly talking about slavery and constantly talking about Jefferson and Sally him, because they want to constantly remind you of what happened and constantly bring that pain back in your face and constantly present those views of powerlessness to you so that you think you can't do anything to change it. And that's a lie. You can't. We have to start acknowledging our heroes and heroines and constantly acknowledge the people. And just like they want to constantly push up the Jeffersons and the Washingtons, we need to bring up some of our great leaders and constantly pushing their name out louder and stronger than they're pushing out their evil heroes. And those who sacrifice. The Marcus Garveys.
Wait. Before we continue, look, Brother Bakai, I didn't even bring up Idi. Look, I said, did I say anything about Idi Amin? Did anybody say anything?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I didn't. And look, I have been very diplomatic when it comes to him, and I have given him the strong points. I have said what he did and so on, but I don't know. I don't go beyond that. I don't want to tear our people down only because we have been torn down so many times that I don't need to add to it. But so I'll celebrate our wins. I will celebrate the heroic deeds, even from unheroic men or even from regular people, because heroism comes in all kinds. Heroism is that person who refuses to get up when somebody gets in the room, or just continues about their business. Yeah. Anyway, So yeah, so we really do have to start using the tools to our advantage. We have to stop always, and also even if some of our people did do, you know, questionable and even terrible deeds, this is not something that we're supposed to just put out there. Like, what purpose does it serve, not only for our own people but for others people? In the name of truth, we can uncover all people's dirty laundry. If we were to be honestly, perfectly, truthful, nobody would stand up in front of anybody, in front of the society of mankind. But the respect that we give to each other is that we allow people to represent themselves as they wish. We allow people to give themselves what they want of people. There's people who want to give a lot of themselves. There are these people who seek fame, and nothing wrong with that. There are people who can give 24 hours of the, maybe not 24, they need to sleep, but they can have cameras following them day in and day out, and looking at the mundane aspects of their lives, and totally fascinating to them and other people. And there are people who do not want the camera in their faces at all, and they don't want people knowing the details of their life. They don't want to be searched and hounded and prodded and all these things. So everybody has their own limits. But when we come, and also there is also this aspect that we are always constantly performing. We talk about those masks when we have to what is it called, switching? Yeah. But at the same time also, we also have to know how to how do you say it, code explain. We also have to be aware of that we're not always speaking just to ourselves. There are always people that are listening, and they're not just listening to for entertainment. They're listening for more nefarious reasons. And we always have to be careful about how we say things, and the things that we say to other people. The things that we can say to each other is always going to be different than the things that we can say to other people. That's why one of the things that they took first from the Africans was their language, because if people can communicate without you knowing, that's a great disadvantage. That's something that you already lost your power, some of your power, because you don't know what's going on. That's why when 2 or 3 congregate, there's always another one trying to sneak their heads in.
Oh yeah, like a snake.
Oh yes. So
but as long as, but then again, it's okay if they're gonna put their head in like a snake. Call them out. That's the snake. That's the one who's doing this. Don't sugarcoat what they're doing. Call them out. That we don't do that enough. Like, that's a snake. This is what he's doing, and this is why he's doing it. And then go on with what we're doing, because at least now people are aware of what they're doing, and taking the power away from them. But if we cover up the snake, he's still going to keep poking his head out, and then the next person might get bitten because we didn't call out that was the snake.
Okay, can I just take a minute to address neo impacts? I do like your very insightful commentary. I can see that you're very well read and well versed in the history of African leaders. So it would be great if you could you could come and expound on some of the. It's hard to respond to 1 or 2 short bursts of inspiration, but if you'd like to have another session where we can discuss the many nuances of African leaders, we can do that. Yeah, I know that all these people had their many faults. Nobody is trying to lionize our leaders. We're not trying to deify them. We're not trying to sanctify them. We're not trying to make them into gods or anything like that. These people were as human as you can get, and on top of that, they were given unprecedented power that they had never experienced in their life. It's easy, even when they ask people nowadays, these white people, would you have been in the French resistance? Would you have been in the resistance? Or would you have been in the collaborators, whatever it is? And most people think that, oh yeah, I would have been in the resistance because I'm so heroic and great and all of that stuff. But in truth, most people simply go with what the truth what the mass and the general consensus is. Very few of us are heroes, even though we want to be. That's why heroes are, remarkable, because they are few amongst the many. But if you believe yourself to be one of those few who would rise to the occasion and, take the bull by the horns and all of that, that's well and great. But for me, I have learned that people think more of themselves than they are, and a lot of us would do exactly what those people were done. Especially sometimes it's not even out of greed. Sometimes, what if somebody came to you and said, look, you're either going to take this money, or somebody in your family might turn up missing, or if somebody turns up in your family missing, you're going to get 100 million. So whichever, whether it's reward or punishment, a lot of people are not going to be heroic and come to the rise to the occasion. So as much as I do judge harshly some of the decisions that were made by our leaders, I also know that there were men and there were women who were not used to the system. Some of them knew what they were doing. Some of them realized too late. Some of them tried to correct it, but they still had something that they did, and they rose against, the system. Even Mugabe, I know that he did, crush his opposition, and that was not right. No, it's not to say they're good man. This is the binary fallacy that you fall into, this Western paradigm that somebody either has to be good or evil, villain or victim, good guy or bad guy, Batman or Joker. The world is not that simplistic. The world is never so easy. And even your empaths can see, he can talk about, this person did this bad, but somebody else can come and say, well, he also did this and that. So it's not to excuse atrocities. It's just to say that the world is more, nuanced and complicated than it seems. But yeah, that's all I had to say. But your impacts, if you would like to have a longer discussion on it, maybe we can schedule another session. But today I am sort of reaching the end of my it's late. It's early, actually. I've been up since, I don't know, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I have enjoyed the conversation. So yeah, if you guys want to have a few last words. Oh, before I forget, the reason why I put that beautiful girl on the cover is just so that I can see the face of happiness. So much of the time we just focus on, what's good, evil, what's bad, what's this, what's that, what's negative. And it's just good to see children being happy, women being, in the background, just supporting them. And it's beautiful to see that happiness. That's the reason why, we still hold on to life, why we still, put up with this, things that we do. That's why we still go to work and do things that we don't want to do. It's because, that seeing that happiness in a child's eyes, that makes up for so much. That gives meaning to life, if there's any meaning to life. So thank you so much, Internet. You do understand. And it's okay sometimes to say when you're tired, and I am today. So, but I'm not tired from being, like bad tiredness. I would say a good tiredness, the one when you're going to sleep well after that. So, and thank you so much, BJ, for for keeping me company, for joining in, and of course, Rich, the architect, Maria Internet, New Impacts. You always bring very interesting commentary, very well informed, Brother Bakari, Forecast, and everybody else. So thank you all.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for having me on. Again, we just have to keep trying to change the narrative and stop feeding the beast.
Yes, absolutely. The architects, it's on you. Oh, don't tell. You're on mute if you're speaking. I see the mute is on. So.
Hey.
Yes.
Hold on there, huh?
Huh?
1 second, guys. 1 second. My brother is still here.
Oh, okay. No. I'll go. No, but yeah, definitely, and you're absolutely right. We have to start protecting our children. See, if our children see that we protect them, they're going to change automatically. But now they feel unprotected. The women feel unprotected. The men feel unprotected. And the system keeps doing what the system has always done and has never changed. Things may have altered, but in essence, it really never changed. That means we have to start changing, even if it's just beginning with our thought processes, even
Hi
if
guys.
it's just the way we do things.
I'm
Because again, with that change, the kids will then change and the future will change.
Yes, yes, that's great. I've been listening to you guys all the time while I'm talking to my brother. He doesn't even know that I was listening to you guys.
Oh, yeah, when it's in your ear, I got it.
Yeah.
I do
He
that all the
doesn't
time.
know. Yeah, but yes, it's so true. But I believe also, um, I don't know.
Huh? Okay, you went quiet there for a bit.
Okay,
Oh
must have lost his connection.
no, he's good. Okay, we'll wait for him to come back because he was in
Yeah.
the middle of saying something.
And that's what I do love about Swahili Nation. Even if sometimes we have opposing viewpoints, it's like hopefully someone can take the things that we say, all you guys, you great moderators do, and build on it. And again, words are extremely important. Words can bring vision to other people. Words can bring visions within ourselves to maybe think of a different way of doing things. you know, with everything that goes on, and I know even in America and all the violence that goes on here, I know a lot of it has to do with the fact that we are disconnected, that we don't communicate with each other, we don't greet each other, we don't even touch each other anymore. And so that's what happens, because even, they did studies about when children have not been touched as babies, what happens to them. We need each other. Sometimes we just need each other to listen, sometimes to vent on all the crap that we may have maybe going through, or just to discuss, and it could spark an ideal. So it's important, and what you guys do is so critically important for not only the youth but the elders and everyone else in between. So thank you, Tanzan, for taking the time, even though you're tired and you're exhausted, but you're dedicated to try to make a change and impact and build your empire with your many minion of followers to make you a billionaire.
Slowly by slowly. What did we say? Kidogo kidogo hujaza kibaba.
And it's gonna happen, Tanzan. It's gonna happen.
Yes.
We're with you.
The architect. He knows about building.
Oh, he went silent again.
Not again.
Yeah.
Rich, it's on you. It is on you.
Yeah, because you've been saying so much and it's been so insightful for
okay,
us.
you're good now. Okay, you're good.
Oh, for me? Can you guys
Yes.
hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm on the phone. That's all. Are you going, Tanzan?
No, you're good. You go ahead. Talk as long as you want. I will not interrupt. I will listen, and I will take mental notes.
Okay, no problem. Because the thing is, I'm at work right now, and people coming in, talking to me, and again. So that's why I'm going in and out all the time.
Oh no! We understand completely. We understand. We just appreciate all that that you're taking your time to help incite us to some new ideas and processes and help.
Okay, I'm here now. Everyone left me. Thank God. I was gonna say that I don't know if you guys were at my how many of you saw my first video that I did with Triangle? I was talking about the panopticon. The panopticon is, for those who don't know, a panopticon is a circular prison. And the reason why this concept came to me and it was so interesting is because I found out in my head, I had this eureka moment where I thought to myself, that's how we get our people's consciousness. That's how we get them to pay attention. We have to put them in a place where they can see the consequences of their actions and their inactions towards each other.
Absolutely. And it will slowly deprogram them.
Oh, let me get the other key. Yes, exactly. So we have to put them in a panopticon. But don't think about it as a prison. Think about it as a house, a hotel. Because what's happening with our people, the reason why we are not conscious and we're in, as you said, sister, analysis paralysis, is because we don't know the consequences of each other's actions on a grand scale, on a global scale, because these micro decisions we make among ourselves has macro consequences.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you just, you might just think yourself as just one person going to buy a Nike shoe, right? From some store. So, but you didn't, but there was another store right there who had a black owned business who have better shoes than the Nikes that you should have bought it from, but you didn't. And you're like, oh, well, you know what? That's just that. But if you start looking at it on a global scale and from a day to day, enjoy your day, have a good day. And I like, if you start thinking about it on a global scale, thinking about it on a yearly basis, think about it on a 10-year basis.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're gonna see, oh my God, we are actually the 11th richest nation on this earth out here in the diaspora.
Yep.
And just in America alone, in America alone, you guys are the 11th richest nation on the earth. That's not counting the Africans in the Caribbean and the Africans in South America that have such rich cultures, rich African cultures.
And the majority of that riches is going to enrich other people.
Exactly. So when we are able to look at each other and look at the consequences of each other's actions, then we are able to say, oh, okay, maybe I could adjust this right here, adjust this micro thing, and this, when I adjust this micro thing, then it's gonna give you macro results. But you only can see that when you have what I call almost like a satellite eyes view of the earth. You need to have a God's eye view to understand, to see like where our problems are happening. And that's one reason why I built Triangle, because I need to show our people the consequences of their actions and their inactions. And then I will separate the sheep. Then I will separate the tares from the wheat. I will separate those people who want to actually see and do something from those people who are not ready as yet, but they might be ready in the future.
Yeah,
but they must be.
And with that, each one teach one, because I know I always preach, support my own. And I start seeing my nieces, I start seeing my sisters are starting to do it. Where before, gotta go to the mall, gotta go to the mall, guys, shop at the mall. And how many of us, if we can afford to be in the mall, are in a mall? Not too many, if any. But it's like each one teach one, and it will take effect, and it will grow and grow and grow and grow. And you can make a difference, no matter how small. If you spend $10 a week buying something, if you take just one of those dollars every week and make sure that you're supporting your own, that's an impact.
Exactly. And then when I start looking at Marcus Garvey's work now, and I see his newspaper is where he used to update people. His newspaper is where he would ask people to subscribe to his ideas. His newspaper is what he used to spread information about the African community all over the world. That's why he was banned. His newspaper was banned in places in Africa, like Angola.
Yeah.
Then I said,
I'm sorry, who was banned? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Marcus Garvey.
Marcus Garvey
he was banned in Angola?
No, not him. His newspaper.
Oh, wow.
The Negro World, yeah. It was banned in more places in Africa too, like 12 countries in Africa, so it was banned.
Because they didn't want you guys to
information, Brethren. Information. That's what it is.
Yep.
That's what they're keeping us from. That's the only thing that could wake us up. That's the only thing can shift.
They don't want you deprogrammed. They don't want you to deprogram. Because if you change the code, you change everything.
Exactly. And that means no, your value won't be based on somebody else's unit of measurement. Our value is being based on everyone else's unit of measurement except our own. So that's why you see Africans over here being so happy that they just had a just got a job in Google. You know what I mean? Because that's what we value, because our unit of measurement is missing. They
Yeah.
took it.
Yeah. And everybody, again, even with that, I mean, we don't see how much we are being programmed, because even like back in the day, oh, Apple has a new phone. Let's see other people standing outside the Apple. Oh, they're camping out in Apple so they can get that phone. So that means you're being programmed that that phone has value. So then again, I got a job at Google. Google is one of it. So you're being programmed to say that has value. So if I go work for that, I will then have value.
Exactly.
Versus
So
building your own empire, like Tanzan will, and she's working on that. She knows her stuff has value.
yeah, and remember, one more thing before I leave, because I think it is about to get busy. I'm gonna leave you guys. I'll be
Oh,
listening.
okay.
But this is the eureka moment I had. So first unit of measurement, then value, then patterns of behavior. So right now, what we're seeing in our communities are
Wait. Say that slowly. Hey, okay. Okay. The first one is what?
Okay, so the first one is unit of measurement.
Unit of measurement. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and what you get from a unit of measurement is value.
Mm-hmm.
And then what you get from value is patterns of behavior. So people, what we're seeing in our communities are just patterns of behavior.
So it becomes automatic. They don't even think about it anymore. Just
they don't
automatically
even think about
do it.
They don't even think about it any deeper than, this guy stepped on my shoes, so I'm gonna kill him.
Yep.
So these are patterns of behavior, and they can't be solved by putting plaster on the surface. We have to go two levels down. First, we got to find out why does these patterns of behavior exist? They exist because people find value in them. So why are they finding value in that? Well, the guy who in the ghetto who we are jealous of most is the one who have the best shoes on, the one who have the biggest TV in his house and the biggest car and the most women and the most Mercedes Benz. That's where that pattern of behavior is coming from, because somebody is telling us that what we should value is a pair of white Nike shoes that will never get dirty.
And you know what? Just taking one step back from what you're saying, if people really think about, sometimes the pattern is prefabricated. So they may bring that guy into a certain area, a certain neighborhood with a Mercedes Benz, hire the girls as models or whatever to be around the guy. So then you start thinking, oh, this guy is getting these. Oh, yeah, I need to get that. To then start bringing out little cards or advertisements and placing in different areas, talking about the nearest Mercedes-Benz dealership, and then you like everybody running over there trying to get this car, and they're gonna get all these women. Then at the end of the day, pay the models, pay the guy with the car. Guy returns the car because he doesn't own it, and now they done sold a bunch of Mercedes-Benz, and you just don't realize you've just all been played.
Exactly. But I want to tell you guys now, I wish I could stay longer. I'll be back again if you guys are still here later. I love you all. Keep your energy up. And,
thank you so much.
Love you too. Back at you. Have a wonderful day.
Yes.
Take us back at the same time next week. And thank you so much for joining us today.
All right. See you guys.
Okay. Take care. Have a blessed day.
You too. Bye.
Wow, Vijay, we made it to 4 whole hours.
Wow. With no controversy.
None at all. Just, that's why it's cool. It's just nice to have, a nice chill conversation. That's the African thing to do. Africans just like to.
Oh, yeah. And I just want people just to think about what you do and why. And if it's benefiting you and it's your desire and it's your wants, then do it. But if you can't put anything behind the actions that you make, that might mean that somebody is manufacturing your actions and you're just doing it like architect just said. pattern of behavior. And you're just doing it like blind faith and not even realize, why are you doing this? So we have to look and think.
To do is understand why we do the things that we do, and what is our end goal? What are we working towards? And sometimes also, what are we working against?
Yeah.
Because a lot of the times we don't realize that, instead of doing things to improve our situation, we're actually sabotaging ourselves. We're actually acting against our self-interest. We're actually just running around in circles and we don't know where we're going. So, the first thing is to understand what is good, where we want to go with it. And after we get there, whether it's going to be worth it, because everything has a price to pay. Like you said, I do accept that. So, but I said, just like, you're saying that power and riches and all that, there's a price to pay for it. I also say that there's a price to pay for poverty. So,
yes.
So you have to work towards what works for you and get that balance. It's not always this versus the other. It's all not always one versus the other. It's you looking at yourself and knowing what works for you, what you can do, what's your potential, what's your possibility, and then you plan for it and you go for it.
Right, and make sure you know what strings are being pulled. Am I being manipulated, or am I manipulating the situation?
And before we go too far with that going for it, you go, girl, is also to remind that you don't go it alone, that there's nothing that we as human beings can do alone. I know that, that is a crash to the ego sometimes, but unfortunately, or actually it's a fortunate thing, but some people may think it as a bad thing, but we need each other. When you're doing something, whether it's a project, whether it's a personal thing, whether it's professional, you always need people. You can't do things alone, otherwise you won't do anything well. So sometimes it's just okay to say, well, I can do this thing, but I need help doing something else, and we can all network and everybody can do what they're best at without everybody trying to do everything at once. So I think it's also important for us to also understand that it's okay to need help. It's actually a good thing, a sign of maturity, to be able to work with other people, not to be just always be alone by yourself doing stuff in a corner. So yes,
always. And that means unify. We need to unify. We need to help each other when and where and how we can help each other. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yes.
And, little by little, step by step, it will get better.
Yep. Kidogo kidogo hujaza kibaba. So that's
kidogo hujazi kibaba.
Kibaba is like
kibaba.
Yes. So kidogo is small, dogo is small. So kidogo, and hujaza is to fill, and kibaba is the pot. So kidogo, little by little. Hujaza fills, the pot is kibaba. So yeah, that's a continuation of our medali from last week, that it takes small steps. It takes small steps to get to where we're going. You don't be frustrated if you don't get there in one leap. Sometimes it's just a day-to-day thing. You keep improving, but you don't say that, oh, okay, everything is terrible and I'll just stay stagnant where I am. You always keep moving until the day you die. So
yes, and it can be, and it fulfills you when you can do it together.
Yes,
it makes just that
exactly.
a little bit easier
for you. And it's an easier load for you. Why would you want to carry everything by yourself if you can have, people help you carry it, and it can lighten everyone's load? So, yeah, let's also embrace this idea of working with other people, admitting when we are, weak or at fault or we can't do something. It's okay. You don't have to be perfect in every way. And that also helps us with our leaders, that we also understand that they're all not going to be perfect in every way. When we forgive ourselves, we can also not to forgive, misleaders, but to also understand, them as humans, so that we can also put the right people in place instead
exactly. And then when they fail, hold them accountable.
Yes.
And if they correct the situation, move on.
Yeah, yeah, we all get better. We're not the same people we were, not even a day ago, not even forget 5, 10 years ago. There's some things that you go back, you're like, what are you doing? Are you me really? But anyway, so, as much as, we should be realistic, we should look and be well judgmental, but we shouldn't take that to an extent where it paralyzes us from improving ourselves and from moving forward. So yes, so I'll let you have the last word, and then we'll close out with our gratitude. And yeah.
Well, thank you for having me. I mean, this is a beautiful conversation, and I hope people, look within and find out what they desire, what they want. Any dream is possible. Our creator brought us here for a purpose, and sometimes it's hard to figure that out. Sometimes it takes time. Sometimes you're just walking in your purpose and don't realize it's your purpose until you reach the end of that path. But don't ever stop. Don't look at just because you're starting at one level that you can't achieve whatever you plan out or step out. I come from humble means. I don't have much, or I have help. Don't stop. Just keep moving. Those people, those things will come to you. Sometimes you don't even realize they're there for your purpose. But half the battle and half the fun is the journey. And don't stop. You will achieve wherever you want to achieve. You will become that billionaire. You become that millionaire. You will become that business owner. You will have those things that you desire, and those people will come to assist you or to help you build, or even sometimes maybe just to help you learn from the mistakes. Because again, there are mistakes. There's setbacks, and that's okay too, because it just builds a bigger dream and then build character. You know what to do and what not to do. But don't ever stop, and don't ever doubt yourself, because it can be done. And in so many years, we will see Tanzan, the big billionaire industrialist, building her empire. And we're like, hey, we knew her. When?
Yes.
She was just on SNN.
And you'll be
it's possible.
I'd ask her, what office do you want, BJ? Which one of those? I said, and you'll be hired immediately. I'll just ask you which office you want.
The one by the beach with an ocean view.
You got it.
Yes, thank you. We're going to build this together.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, you know what? If I could, we could just go on and on, but I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, Marie Antoinette. New Impacts, of course, the architect was just, he said so many things. I can't even, if I start, we'll have another hour. So let's not. And of course, the Team Black, the Focus Radio was here. Brother Bakari, Pi dropped in, so I appreciate everybody who came in today. I know it's a, and we did have Mela Tesfa and Amias Wedikeshi. You're welcome again. And Kaizo was here earlier, but he didn't cause too much trouble. So, but yeah. So basically, today was just an open forum. We talked about a lot of different things, but mostly we talked about the image of us as Africans, what we want to be seen as amongst ourselves, what kind of standards and values we want to hold on to, and what we want to work towards, even the ones that we may not have achieved at this time. And we also talked about the principles of power, of money, of happiness, of which one is a priority, which one should you pursue, and at what cost and price. So yeah, I think that summarizes a lot of what we said, and there's still a lot more, but yeah, that's what the replay is there for. So BJ, thank you so much. Before we go, we always have to close out with a prayer. And
Yes.
the prayer at the end is, the prayer when we start is, we pray for guidance, we pray for insight, we pray that the ancestors may give us, may watch over conversations so that we can have an enlightening one, and we can teach and learn. And I think we can say that we give gratitude to our ancestors for answering that prayer. It has been a very informative session. I have learned so much from you, BJ, from the architect, and I'm inspired. I'm really happy about what we talked about. Sometimes it's good to have a critical view, but it's also to remember to have a vision as well. So thank you to the ancestors. Thank you, BJ, and thank you to everyone who joined us today. Asante sana, thank you, and tutaonana, we'll see each other again, or rather tutaongea tena. So asante.
Asante sana. And
Haya,
thank you for having me.
thank you for being here.
The empire is just around the corner.
It is.
Go get it.
You spoke it into existence, and it will happen.
Oh, it will. Sooner than you think.
Yes, indeed. All right. Amani, Dada, and we'll see each other again. Peace, everyone.
Peace.
Peace. Amani. All right.